Okay, let's go over here. Let's go over here, and we're going to start the show any moment now. Let's get some music going. Let's get some music going. Waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. Listen for the good news coming my way. Hey, hey. Oh my God! Slow down, people. I gotta catch up. Hello, 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 hello. Oh my God. Oh dear, what have we done here? What have we done? Hold on, I gotta get the board. I gotta get the board. Hold on, people. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh, we'll come back to that in a minute. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds, climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. I listen to the waves come crashing down. You want to see the backstage crew? Sure, right, yeah. The crew is very busy right now, as you can imagine. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes here. Listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Okay. Smelling all the flowers. I wonder if we can get some more space on the screen here. Let me have a look, see what I can do here. Listen to the waves come crashing down. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds, climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune into what something like that. I'll play the music a bit louder so we can just hang out, okay? I'm gonna start taking names, people, okay? We'll come back to this and this, okay? Let's see who's in the house. Okay, I'm going to start from the top, y'all. Try and catch up. Wow, they're filling up fast, people. I can't keep up. Hold on. Stay with me. Hi, Caroline. Listen for the good news coming my way. David, welcome back. Welcome back, David. Hey, Shanna. Shanna, I think I owe you a reading. I'm going to put a mark around it. Estefania. I'm going to let the song play again, okay, people? Because I got a lot of names to write here. Yikes. Heather. We got Heather. Hi, Heather. Alson. Hi, Alson. Kathleen. Hello, Kathleen. And Jessa Brad. Jessa Brad is back. Let's move that over. Let's do it like this. Maybe you can see it better, okay? Okay, let's have a look, people. Let's have a look. Manuela. Manuela. Primary. Hey, you're back. You just got back from, how was Iceland? Tell us a story, okay? You want to tell us a story? KB. Hey, KB. Laura. Hi, Laura. Hi, Laura. I'm scrolling down. I see Joanne. I see you, Joanne. Mila. Mila, I think you're new. I think. Christine. Hello, Christine. You're new. Hi, welcome. Walking in circles. Christine, hi. Christine. Tammy. Tammy too. Up a mountain, looking around. Yeah. Okay, Tammy, I get it. I listen. I hear you. I get it. I get it. Caroline, you're here, right? I saw you. Did I get Tammy? I just got Tammy. I got Tammy, right? Stay there, stay there, stay there. Ms. Medley, yes, I owe you one. Hello, Rachel. Did you ever visit here before? I don't think we ever gave you a reading, did we? Mona. Hey, Valerie. Wow. Okay, I see you. I see you. I see you. Did I get Mona? There's Mona. But this is Mona Sayed. Mona Sayed. Okay, because there's Mona from Norway. And she comes to the show late sometimes. Abby's in the house. Oh, I just saw that note pop up on the screen, Abby. I saw it. Rodika. Rodika, hi. Oh my God, I can't keep up with this. Hi, Jinzy. Jinzy. I can't keep up. Oh God. Oh God. Christine, wait a minute, did I get you? I got you, didn't I, Christine the Pro? Yeah, I got you, right? Oh yeah, Precious. Thanks, David. Precious. I got Precious, okay. Rachel, okay, hold on. Slow down. Maruka. Sure. Precious, yeah, I see you, Precious. What? You drowned? What the heck were you doing? In your shower, in the bath, in the ocean? Hot tubbing? What? Trina. Trina. Newbie. Stella. Stella. Hi, Stella. That looks a nice little cute doggy. Hi, Stella. Abby wants a scarf. Ed's in the house. Oh my God. Ed M. Ed. Welcome, Ed. Yeah, you're going to see what the crazy people do on Sunday night. Favorite. Hey, Favorite. Hi. Thank you for showing up. Sorry, I'm just letting the song play over and over and over because it's such hard work just to catch the names. Yeah, I see Ed is in the house. Oh. Hi, Kim. Wait a minute. Kim. I think Kim. Yeah. Kim S. All right. Joanne. Did I get Joanne? Oh, yeah, I got you, Joanne. I got you, Miss Medley. I got you. And we're going to get you a reading, too. Listen for the good news coming my way. Stranded 9 hours in the ocean? What the bleep? Abby, I got Ed. Ed is right here. I just put Ed Mozart right there, okay? Yeah, Ed's on the list. Hi. I don't think I put you on there. Lisa Marie, okay. Hey, Sandra, good evening, good evening, good evening. No shit, Lisa. Oh, my God. Full moon baby. You're going to get a reading, Lisa, that's for sure. Lilu. Lilu. Mel. Ha! 94. Julie is here. Julie is in the house, people. Maria. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Where's Julie? Oh God, we're running out of paper already. I haven't even started. Yes, Destiny. A lot of us have been having crazy lucid dreams. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's we've broken the record, people. Oh, wait a minute. Mary. Hey, Mary H. Good evening, Mary. Mary H. Oh, Sandra. Yes, I got to put Sandra on there. Sandra's smelling on the flowers. Let's put Sandra here. Sandra is in the house. Listen to the waves come crashing down. Julie, are you the one who just said it? Walking in circles. Julie, are you like an Aquarius girl or a full moon baby or Leo? What's going on? I just saw something on the screen out of the corner of my eye. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Got it to Jasmine. Okay. Jasmine, that's you right there. Okay. Ah, Julie. Okay, Julie, we have to give you a special reading too, because this is very important. This is very, very important. This is very, very important. Hey, Jimmy. Welcome, Jimmy. Thanks for coming back, man. Cool. Jimmy is in the house, people. Yes. Trish. Trish. I got you. I got you, Trish. Okay. I'm just, see all those numbers there? I can't put them on the page. I'm just going to call you Dina. Okay? Hi, Trish. I put you there. I got you there. The angels say, Wendy. Hi, Wendy. I want to, you're the first stop. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Where's Lilo? Did I put Lilo? Yes, Lilo's here. I just turned the music down, people, because we're kind of into the show now. There's so many people now. You already know for a fact, a lot of you are just not going to get a reading. And I don't know what to tell you, because I burn out after a couple of hours, you know. So this is what we've got so far. Let's just move all of these aside. And I want to give you all a moment to have a look at the list to see if anybody's missing. I'll see if I can do a close-up for you, like a super, super tight close-up. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm testing the cameras here, people. No, forget it. Forget it. Forget that trick. We're just gonna try and be as organized as we can here. Okay, let's put the song on the other side. Let's get organized here, okay, people? Now, if people start, oh, there's someone else. I just missed you. I'm sorry, Faye Goulet. Hey, Faye. Hey, Faye. Okay, thanks, Sandra. So, people, Sandra is kindly deferring her chance at a reading because she just had a reading, okay, last week. So, Christine, where's Christine? Okay, where is Christine? There's Christine here, okay? A newbie. So we might do a mixture tonight of newbies and regulars. Last week we did a lot of the regulars to try and catch up because the regulars, I kept cheating them out of readings because there were so many newbies showing up, and it's so much fun to haze the newbies that, you know, I just kept getting carried away. But then the regulars, it's just like it's not fair on the regulars. So we spent the whole show last week taking care of the regulars. So it looks like kind of a mixture right now tonight. Like we got a bunch. I'm sure I'm not catching all the names, by the way. Shiny. Johnny. There's another. Wait a minute. Dorzel. We got Dorzel. I'm trying to keep up. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who's that? Shiny and Johnny. Johnny. And wait. Slow down. Hold on. Hold on, I just missed a few new names. Wait a minute. Shiny, there's Shiny. Oh gosh. Shiny. Welcome. Well, welcome all the newbies. Wow. Gloria. Gloria, I think you came here once before, didn't you? Amber. Amber, that sounds like a nickname for Amber. Sandra's being followed by a moon shadow. Moon shadow, moon shadow. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth. Okay. Oh my God. Look at this crazy. It's out of control. Kim. Helicopter girl is here. Sikorsky. Yay. Yay. Oh. Oh, well. Rachel. Rachel, then the old school spelling. Rochelle. Maybe it's Rochelle. But you, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Manuela, that's right. Thank you, Manuela. I have to remember that. So I'm going to put you with the box and the star. Okay? These are the ones that I have to absolutely give reading. Lisa M, Julie, and Manuela, for sure. Oh my God, we got more than 50 people in the house. This is insane, man. I don't, oh. Yeah, TL is screwed tonight for sure. Oh, Primer, you got jet lag. Did you just get back from Iceland? Angel 25. That sounds like a code name, like your spy name. Or is that your Starbucks coffee shop name? Okay. Okay, Valerie is deferring. Valerie is deferring. Thank you, because she had a reading last week. Thank you, Valerie. It just gives everyone else a slightly better chance. Okay. All right, so yeah. Yeah, oh my Christ. Ms. Medley, that's right. Because I owe you one. Where are you? Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna actually also, I'm gonna put highlighter, even I'm gonna, so I don't get too lost here. Okay, otherwise I get so distracted. Once the readings start, I get really distracted. I get really like trancy about it. And sometimes I kind of lose track of things. Okay, so we're already off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've already got 5 startup ready for readings. So why don't we start? Why don't we actually just, you know, dive in and start with some of the readings? Angelica Faith. Wait a minute, I've got Angelica Faith. Angelica. Did I get your name already? We're not double dipping here. Double dipping is not allowed. It's not fair. I've got you, KB. I already got KB. Yeah, okay. So I've got Angelica there. All right, I'm going to put the list aside now. I've got 50. Oh, God, man, what am I going to do? Tammy. Tammy, I know you don't want to sound too desperate, but you are desperate for a reading, okay? Now, I know I put you here. I put you here for a reason, okay? And I think it's because we forgot to do it last time. Lilu. Okay, okay, I got so many names. There's no way we're going to catch everybody. If I missed somebody, I'm really, really sorry, but we got to make room here. Let's first of all, I just want to show you some of the magic that's coming up, folks. Look at this. Look at this. It's crazy, crazy stuff, man. It's crazy fun stuff. It might be very subtle, or it might be very rude and brutal in your life. I don't know, but this is a full moon, a very special full moon, because it's an eclipse. Now, in 2 weeks, we've got the eclipse new moon here. It's a very, very big deal. It's the Leo new moon eclipse on the 21st of August. Tremendous pressure for all of us on the North Node. So I'm going to highly recommend that everybody watches the playlist for Leo North Nodes, okay? It's just like watching a loving relationship or a general, but you focus on the North Node for your sign, and then we reinterpret how it works for your sign for the year, okay? It's a really, really important reading, okay? Just letting you know, people, all right? But before we get to that, well, as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of support in the heavens for all of us to reach out towards the Leo North Node, which is where we are all evolving anyway. But before we get there, have a look at this. Have a look at this. Look at this. It's still the big fat fire trine here, okay? So we got the big fat fire trine right there, which is very supportive for everybody. No matter how screwed up you are, it doesn't matter. This is good news for you. It's going to help you evolve towards the Leo North Node, and it's going to help you release all the stuff that needs to be released, okay? So let me just put this for fun here, and then we'll get on to the readings, okay? I'm going to do another video tomorrow night just for the full moon. Probably going to be another live show, by the way. I'm quite excited. This is still very, very challenging on relationships here. But just notice we've got the full moon coming up here. Okay. Here's all the Leo energy right now. And here's the full moon in Aquarius right here, which is going to really light up all the parts in your life that need to be released and let go. And it's also simultaneously going to illuminate the parts in your life that are gold, all the buried gold that was covered up on underneath all the crap. That's going to be dusted off and brought forward into the new Mark II of you. Okay? Yeah, it's quite a big deal. It is quite a big deal. So all the Leos especially are going to feel it. Let's, let's just leave all this for now. Oh, you know what? Let's put up, I wanted to show you something else. There's some very magical stuff going on right now in the background. You might not notice it. But we have a finger of God over here with the sextile between Jupiter and Mars. It's helping everybody to come to terms with the deepest wounds in ourselves that can be revealed for healing. Okay, so that's really, really important. And we have another one simultaneously happening right now, tonight, right now. This magic pattern here, do you see the kind of like cool geometry here? It's almost like one of those mystic envelopes. This yod here, this finger of God yod here is also telling everybody, get on with your freaking evolution, okay, people? There's no wasting time here. You've got to evolve. You're going to evolve. And all the signposts are forcing you to evolve. It's like one of those police stops on the side of the highway where it forces everybody to go onto one ramp and there's no escape. You can't get out of it. We are all heading towards the Leo North Node evolution, okay? No going back, people. Okay, so we'll do that on another show. We'll do that. Okay, it looks like gobbledygook to a lot of you, I'm sure, but anyway, we'll talk about that another time. Let's get on with the show, people. There's Magic 55 in the house, apparently. That's what it shows here on the screen. I hope you've all got yourselves well hydrated because it's hot over here on the west coast of America. It's probably a lot hotter in some of the other parts of America too. And of course it's winter. Hey, Jimmy's in the house. I didn't see that. Hey, Jimmy. That's another Jim. Isn't there another? No, there's a Jimmy. I'm just going to call you Jim, all right? Because I think there's another Jimmy here. Oh, good. Well, I'm really glad that you're talking amongst yourselves because we're going to start going for it, okay? Carrie, got it. I see you. I saw you, Carrie. I got you. Carrie, you're here. Maruka, I've got you. I've got you, Maruka. Okay. Let's get rolling. Let's get rolling here. We're going to start pulling names. Here it is. Your name here. You know what that means, people. Let's see. We're going to start with Manuela because I owe her from last week. Okay, Manuela, you're up. All right, here we go. I hope I spelled that right. Manuela is up, people. We got the first reading of the night. So everybody hold on to your hats. It's that time. It's coming up to that time. Here we go. Just checking for stray cards. Now, this is going to be fun, people, all right? We're here to have some fun and illumination and to throw some light on our crazy, crazy world. And let's have a look. Let's get some room here. You know what? Let's go. I'm going to bring the camera in. There's a way I can make the camera a little tighter so we can see the cards better. Man, it looks as good as I can get it. I don't know how to control it anymore. Hold on. Let me try something else here. Stay there, people. Don't go away. I got to try and do the camera stuff. How did that work? There it is. I did it. All right. Now we're going to get into the action here. Stay there. Don't go away. Don't go away. I'm just resetting the stage. It's Sunday night. I know it's the most important show of the week for Tarot Lumination, but it is Sunday night. And you know what happens on the Sunday night? The union crew, they're not here. So Tarot Lumination has to do the whole freaking thing. Of course, it was all prepped up well in advance because this is a highly professional operation, as you know. But still, you know, it's a lot of work to run the show, you know. Oh, by the way, everybody, because we've got all these retrogrades, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and now any moment it's going to be Mercury retrograde. If everything crashes tonight, just blame it on the planets, okay? And just be patient, and the computer will have to be completely rebooted. We'll start everything again, and you can all check in again. It'll be okay, because it's happened before. Uranus is the real culprit here. Uranus is right on the cusp of retrograde right now. It was just a couple days ago, so we're right in the thick of it. And of course, Uranus rules the internet. So it's like we don't have any say in the matter, all right? So Manuela, okay. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, you see there's two Jimmys. I put Jim and I put Jimmy. So there's Jimmy Parton and there's Jimmy. I saw it on the screen. I saw two Jimmys on the screen right next to each other. Isn't that crazy? I'm glad there's a few more guys that are coming to the show now. Thanks, Ed, for showing up. This is kind of fun. Let's have a look. We're going to shuffle. The cards were well shuffled in advance, but we need to go to the last moment. All right, we're good on. That's good. That's good. Manuela. Manuela, if you want to take notes, you can, but the show is going to be saved onto the Terra Lumination channel, and you can always go back and rewind and watch it again later. So here we go. We're going to do some very weird cuts to try and break up the energy for you, so you have a nice clean deck. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenge, and here's how we're going to deal with it. Okay, Manuela? Now, there's no holding back here. Underneath the surrounding weather is the Knight of Swords, so we're just going to go for it. It might be that there are some shocking revelations and truths that are going to start coming out around the time of this full moon. Maybe you have a lot to say that needs to be said in order to clarify things, okay? Let's have a look. What's the situation? Oh, wow. Okay. So we're starting off with a bunch of knights here. Manuela. So there's a lot of activity going on somewhere, either in your heart, in your mind, your spirit, your soul. But with the Knight of Cups here, what I'm feeling for you, Manuela, is that deep in your heart, because there's so much Knight's energy, there's a lot of energy to do with combat, but it's also combat that has been concluded to some degree. And a lot of the times when the Knight of Cups shows up, it can indicate that someone is sick of war. They're sick of war, sick of the battles of the heart, stresses of the heart, all the ups and downs and the pains and sufferings that go on inside the heart. If you've been out and about living your life, fighting your world, trying to survive, and then the desire would be just to be able to come back home and get a bit of love, you know? Bring on home the love. Now that could be like you could be just sitting at home wishing the Knight of Cups would show up in your life, or you might have the hots for somebody and you might be feeling very, very, very strongly desirous of making your feelings known to somebody else. Now we don't know who that is at the moment, but this is definitely you and your situation coming in. Now with the surrounding conditions of the Knight of Swords, it could be that it's kind of a risky situation. I mean, you have to be very careful what you say and how you do it, and like if you're going in with the right intentions and stuff, because, you know, we would all like to be on the receiving end of buckets of love. However, it needs to be with the right purpose, the right intention, because sometimes we express one way when the internal energy is actually quite different. We think we're in love with somebody, but we might be just very, very needy. Or we think we're in love with somebody, or somebody thinks they're in love with us, but they might be very, very clingy or manipulative, or they might want something out of you. So we're going to have a look. What's the challenge? So some readers, some tarot readers like to think of this as a marriage card in certain situations. So it could indicate, Manuela, that you would like, I'm just going to keep it simple because this is in a challenging position. It might be that there is a lot of rockiness or disorder or chaos in the context of loving relationships, especially when it comes to the communications in the context of loving relationships, to the point where it can threaten the order and the structure the vows. For example, if this is like a marriage, if you're in a marriage, it could be indicating that the marriage has issues in the love department that need to be addressed. However, if they are addressed, it could be that it could threaten the stability of the vows. For example, if you're in a situation where you're relating somebody and there are a lot of, which could be like marriage vows or established ways of relating to each other, like let's say you might have a very well established way of keeping a relationship or your life in order. And now all of a sudden that order is in jeopardy. That's a problem, because it could feel like things are becoming very unstable in matters of the heart. So how are we going to deal with that? It could also be that with the Hierophant here, you would really, really like to have some kind of stability and order and structure in matters of the heart. Perhaps if you are available, it would be nice to be on the receiving end of a gesture of love, like a request, or somebody pops the question. Happening again, that can make it feel as though the relationship might be in jeopardy. Like if you're hoping or wishing to be engaged with somebody, or you're hoping that somebody would come into your life and propose to you and make it formal to have a real rock solid relationship. But this card is in the challenge, so it could indicate that that's not what's happening, and it's just the opposite of what's happening. It might be a challenge. In other words, are you going to get the love you want? Are you going to get the stability, the love life that you deserve? Let's have a look. How are we going to deal with it? Because the intentions look very good here. And it could mean, and it's well-meaning intentions and thoughts and words, but there's the potential. It's very, very easy to put your foot in your mouth with this card, where things could get upset by saying what you think is the right thing at the right time, and it turns out to be the wrong thing at the wrong time, even though you had good intentions. So how are you going to deal with this issue? It might be an idea, Manuela, to, let's just say, detach yourself for a moment. I don't want to say anything too heavy. It's a very big card. You've got two very big cards here, Manuela. Very fated type of energy. It might feel very fated. It might be an idea. In order to handle your situation, Manuela, especially if it's to do with matters of the heart, especially when it comes to the serious side of relationships, where you need to put order and structure and order into the relationship, but it's not happening. It might be an idea to just very gracefully, very, very humbly, very, very gently take yourself out of the situation for a moment. Maybe right now, starting with this full moon eclipse, you stay out of it for a while, maybe for a couple of weeks, and avoid the energy of combat or the energy of expectation, and have a very, very close look at what's happening without judging yourself or the situation or any other people. And it's sometimes very, very hard to do that, Manuela, okay? It can be very hard to do that because you might want to really get stuck into it, but that might be the worst thing you could do. All I'm suggesting here with the Hangman is that you deliberately, like the most loving way you could be right now to yourself, first of all, which is most important, is to detach. Simply, utterly, like, it's almost like, put yourself in that disembodied state where you can, like, observe yourself like you're watching your life as a movie, watching the characters in your life like a movie. And then once you have this different perspective from a point of detachment, then start to make decisions and look at what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Okay? Because eventually action will be taken. Action needs to be taken, okay? And it will happen, okay? So we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get too personal here. This is a public forum, Manuela, so I'm trying to keep it very, very loose and open. I hope I didn't touch any nerves or upset you. I know, in case it is a very delicate relationship matter. So let's move on, people. We're just going to leave it at that. Keep it very, very simple. I'm very tempted to just read 3 cards and forget about the weather, because if I just read 3 cards, then we might be able to get more readings for more people. Oh my God, we got like 60 in the house. Oh, jeepers, man. I know I'm missing names. There's no way I'm going to get everybody's names. So let's move on. Thank you, Manuela. I hope that helps. Okay, I really do. I hope that helped you, Manuela. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to read from Ms. Medley. Okay, Ms. Medley, you're up. Okay. Ms. Medley. Ms. Medley. Okay, here we go. Medley. You are up. Thank you for coming again, Ms. Medley, and being persistent and being patient. Patience, persistence, and prayer. Some of the most powerful tools on the planet for survival and happiness. And somebody, I just caught it on the screen, like attachment is the root of all, what was it? I missed it. No, the weather is important. That's the problem. That's what I don't know what to do. I'm trying to figure out, should I do fewer readings and have the weather, or just kind of go very raw and very blunt on 3 cards, but it leaves it very, very raw. Let's put it that way. Let me think about it, okay? We'll just play with it, all right? Ms. Medley, you're up, okay? You're up. Okay, Lilu, if you want to go for it, we'll go for it, you know? You know? Susan Hartner, did I get your name on there? Okay, well, it's a choice. People are saying go raw. Some people are saying we need the weather. Damn, I don't know what to do. All right, Ms. Medley, you're up. We're going to read for you anyway, regardless. All right, so that's good. We're going to cut it up. I'm going to do really weird splits to break up the energy of the cards. All right, Ms. Medley, I hope you're ready. Here we go. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Tina. I get it. I get it. I get it. And I feel I prefer to read with the weather because otherwise it's like literally, I mean, I like to do blind readings, but doing blind readings with a blindfold, that's a problem. Okay, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. And let's have a look at the weather. Look at that. Who wouldn't want that? It's the 10 of Pentacles. So, Ms. Medley, there's an indication here, like, let's just pretend the weather that's surrounding, it's just like weather. Literally, it's just like weather. It's what it is, and you make the best of it. With the 10 of Pentacles, it's the energy of having it all. It's the energy of, let's say, abundance, the legacy, the wealth, the family, the having it all, the stuff that you've inherited, all the goodness, all the abundance, including all the sob stories and the baggage that you can laugh about, you know, all the tragedies of life that you can share, you know, at the weekend barbecues and things like that. And then, of course, all your glorious moments, all of it, all the good stuff. So that's surrounding you. In other words, it's like you're in a place of richness and stability, the soul level. You might not feel it in your body. You might not feel it in day-to-day life, but the weather is indicating to you, Ms. Medley, that you're in a really good spot, okay? So let's have a look. What's the situation? Well, let's just say the weather is conducive for you to start out, and tap into some of the dreams and desires and ambitions that you've been wanting to express, wanting to enjoy, wanting to share, wanting to feel in life. And it doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are, how educated, how poor, how rich, whether you've got lots of distractions, whether you're very, very focused, whether you've got kids and families and whatever, it doesn't matter. This energy here, Ms. Medley, is indicating that deep inside of you is the desire to express and, like, at least dip your toe in the water to a whole new, like, way of being, way of life. Even if you don't fully know where you're going or how you're going to do it, it doesn't even matter. It's actually very exciting. And I feel that this full moon in particular might be very stimulating for you. It might be perking you up, making you realize, like, deep inside of you, like, damn it, I have goals and dreams and ambitions. And it's okay. I don't even know what they are exactly. I could hardly even write them down if I had to, but I know they're there and I want to do something about it, okay? So that's okay. This little card, Page of Wands, is saying it's okay, Ms. Medley. You have the right to do that. And the weather conditions are very supportive. It's almost like if you're willing and bold, courageous enough to start taking the baby steps into the direction where you want to go in life personally on your Leo North Node pathway, let's just say the energy of heaven will support you. It's very, very supportive. Well, what is the challenge? There's always a challenge. Whoa, this is a lot of energy in this medley. The challenge here is that you might actually have a lot more pent up inside of you than you're willing to admit. In other words, you might be a bubbling cauldron of self-expression that needs to get out, that needs to be out there, that really, really needs to get out. But it's not happening. It might be that you could be tongue-tied, or you could be very shy, or you could be like one of those people who's like, some people have a life where they're like, what's that word? It's like shell shock. It's like where they might have had the greatest ambitions and wills and capabilities and desires, but something traumatic happens in life where it shuts them down, where like they're scared to be fully expressive. They're terrified to actually allow themselves to be their full selves, because it feels like they don't have the right to do that. Otherwise, it would upset everybody and everything around them. And so you end up suppressing your energy. Now, that's not healthy, okay, Ms. Medley? This Eight of Wands here is indicating that you have a lot of talents and skills and desires and inspiration that would also be not only healthy for you to express, but other people might be very, very appreciative of your expressions. The problem is it's not happening. The desire might be there, but it's still under wraps, or it's still being repressed. Let's put it that way. Stay there a second. Don't go away. The babysitter, you know, it's the babysitter dealing with the baby. All right, let's have a look. So how are we going to deal with this? There's a lot of pent-up energy here, Ms. Medley. A lot of pent-up passion, desire, inspiration. Wondering whether it's all going to come to you or you should put it out. The thing is, it's really, really important to feel passionate inside of yourself. If you're expecting all sorts of amazing things to come to you, you put yourself in an awkward spot, because with the laws of attraction, what actually works best is if you radiate your energy, radiate your abundance, your talents, your gifts, your expressions, and then see what comes back to you. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, we're going to admit, let's just admit, Ms. Medley, you might be feeling like you're in a bind. Okay, it's obvious. Look at the card. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to interpret this, but it's kind of shouting out right now. Ms. Medley, it seems like you have the support of the universe, the energy of heaven all around you, okay? You do have wishes, goals, desires, and the need to express. You might be shit scared to do so. You might be, if this is expression in love, like if you've got the hots for somebody, but you're scared to express, things like that. Or if you've got a passion or a dream, a desire for a hobby or a skill or a new job or a mission or a calling in life, but you're not acting on it, that's a problem. That indicates a lot of repressed energy. So with the Eight of Swords here, it's an indication, from my perspective as your reader, it's an indication to acknowledge the challenge to all the abundance that is available to you is in your mind, okay? This indicates that there are a lot of deeply buried issues. You are perfectly well aware that they are there, that they exist. The problem is that you're not facing them, you're not dealing with them because it feels too challenging. In other words, what's going to happen if I deal with this stuff? The thing is, what's going to happen, Ms. Medley, if you don't deal with this? Because if you don't deal with all the misperceptions, attitudes, fears, beliefs, self-conditioning, self-medicating, self-defeating behaviors and thoughts and attitudes and perceptions that you might have been carrying with you for a long time, possibly since childhood. If you don't address those issues and reveal them to heal them, then you end up in a perpetual hamster wheel where you're stuck, where your passions just stay bottled up and they never get a chance to be expressed. And of course, that comes back at you, feeling as though no one is coming to you, okay, with all their excitement and abundance and passion. So, you know, we're talking again about the laws of attraction. So it's very, very much in your hands, okay, Ms. Medley? It's really, really in your hands. The way to handle the situation is to face like the mental issues inside of you, if you're really, really truthful and honest about it, about what needs to be addressed, what needs to be revealed, discussed, exposed, determined, understood, so that you can be deconditioned. It's about deconditioning. In other words, you know, like soldiers when they come back from war, decompressing, what do they call it that? It's that process where they unwind and unwind and unwind to take away all the battle stress, the battle wounds that they've been carrying for so long. It's work. You have to do it. That's what you have to do, to reveal it, to heal it. It's the most loving thing you can do for yourself, is to reveal these issues and deal with them. Okay, Ms. Medley? Thank you so much. Just remember, you can't go wrong because you got the support, real life support around you, okay? For example, just coming here to this show could help a little bit because it could touch on a touchy subject. And by touching it in a public place where there's a lot of people witnessing this, then there's no escape. It's just like, okay, well, I'm Ms. Medley and I admit it. I've got issues that are bottled up and I need to deal with them so I can fully express my dreams and ambitions and let the good stuff come to me. All right, Ms. Medley? All right. I hope I didn't, like, you know, get too carried away there. Okay, let's move on. Julie. We're going to do Julie next. Julie, you're up, okay? Julie, I hope you recognize your name here. I hope you're watching. I hope you get it because you're up, okay? All right. Happens, Ms. Medley, everybody chips in. It's almost like you got to support your own private support crew, okay? See, Sandra's got your back. You see, Stella's got your back. Isn't that cool? I told you, Miss Medley, you're in the right place at the right time for the right reason. It's good. It's good for you. All right, Julie, you're up. Let's put it here. Let's make it official. Here we go, Julie. This is it. Yes, you're going to get the weather. Don't worry. I really don't like doing a raw 3 card. I would do that if I was at a cafe with a stranger and we had a few minutes, you know, and it was a big rush. But I don't know. I think I'd rather give a smaller number of good readings than a lot of readings that are at risk, at risk of not having the stability of the back of the founding card. All right, Julie, let's just do a couple of big fat splits here. And we're going to cut it, and then we're going to go. Here we go, Julie. You're up. I'm going to do a really extreme split. There we go. It's cut. It's cut. It's cut. All right, here we go. Here's the weather. Here's the situation. Here's the weather, and here's how we're going to deal with it, okay? All right, Julie, let's see what we got. Underneath, supporting. Freak, 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 freak. All right, it doesn't, see what happens. The regulars will know, but what happens, it's very weird on this show. I don't know why, but we get these repeat synchronistic cards that come up. Statistically, the chances of this coming up twice like that are ridiculously almost zero. Of course, a real pure statistician would have said it's just as likely that this card would have appeared as it would not have appeared. So it's like, who cares? But for regular people who don't understand statistics, frankly, this is freaky. Okay? So you know what this is, Julie. The heavens have got your back, okay? This is legacy energy. Now, it could be a different interpretation for you. It might be for you, Julie, that you wish you had all this, okay? And all this card is saying that it is available, but it might not be available in the ways that you might have in terms of preconceptions about how you think it should be. But either way, it's there. The abundance and the resources are there. Hold on. I'm going to move this over here. Sort of like that. Okay, that's better. We got some more room. Whew. All right, let's have a look. What's the situation here? Queen of Cups. Oh, this is a beautiful card, Julie. So it indicates that, well, to me, it indicates that you're in a position where, realize it, you're in a state of abundance, okay? It's like some people are like, you know, they're so extremely fortunate and abundant that they take it for granted, so they don't know. And that's not a good thing or a bad thing, but other people can tell sometimes. So Julie, it might be that this reading is starting out as a way to indicate to you that you're very, very lucky. You're very, very blessed because you have a lot of support. There's a foundation out there. Even if you don't feel you have it, it's actually there. Like the friends, the family, the certain degrees of stability. Maybe it's not all about money. Maybe it's about the people that you love and the people that love you. That's worth more than any money in the bank. In other words, what are you going to do after a hurricane or a tornado when your whole house is blown away and you've got nothing? The only thing that counts then is the love, okay? Who really loves you? That's when you're going to find out. So even if you're having a really rocky time right now, Julie, don't worry. The love is there. The people, the resources are there. And you've got it too. The Queen of Cups indication is an indication that there's a lot of love around. And the question is what to do with it. Are you able to perceive all the love that's inside of you, Julie? Are you aware of that? Are you able to perceive all the love that surrounds you? Are you aware of that? Either way, it feels to me like it's a question of awareness. And with this full moon, with the Aquarian energy and the Uranus ruling the full moon, it's very much about awakenings and awareness and coming to like almost shocking realizations. So if you've been really down in the dumps, Julie, for whatever reason, all this little reading so far is indicating is that the reality is that you have a lot of love and the ability to carry love to the point where you almost don't know what to do with it. And you're also on the receiving side as well. So that's really good news. And you might also feel that to some extent you are aware that you have this much love capacity. In other words, you have vast resources. And the question now becomes, what am I going to do with all that? I mean, it's a real serious problem because if you're a very loving person and you have a lot of resources in that department, you will find out very, very quickly that it's not so easy to just give it all away because a lot of people are terrified to be on the receiving end of genuine loving energy. If they don't understand what love, the energy vibration of love really is, it can be very frightening for them and they can push it away. So you could be coming with all the most loving, generous of intentions in your world around you and people to you. But if it's not perceived that way or truly understood what the raw energy of love actually is, it can be disorienting. It can be very disruptive, extremely disruptive, especially when it comes to evolution. If you have a disruptive relationship where certain numbers of people are going to be left by the wayside as you evolve, or if you are going to be left on the wayside as other people evolve, that can feel very traumatic or disruptive. But in fact, it could be the most loving experience to endure. All right, so I'm trying to cover the bases here, Judy, so that you're protected, so that you fully understand. All right, what's the challenge with all of this? Okay, this is almost like the fear of not having it all. Like, am I ever going to like have my own independence, have my own strength, have my own resources? Am I always going to have to be dependent on others and like like the group situation around me? Or am I going to ever have what I want for myself, that which I deserve, especially when it comes to matters of the heart? Okay, it might be that in many, you might be one of those people who lives in a very outwardly loving environment where everybody is very loving towards each other. Sometimes you see it on these like super happy movies, like, you know, happy family movies, but you sort of feel a sense of like awkward distrust about the storyline. You think like any minute now, this shit's going to happen. Things are going to blow up. And all the deeply buried trauma is going to come bubbling up to the surface like a pile of baby vomit. And then everything's going to be revealed. Like all the happy family, lovey-dovey stuff is actually really fucked up. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily have to be for this reading. But if you're in one of those situations where you're almost like trapped in a love nest, so to speak, where everything is apparently okay, but you're kind of how it could be and how it should be, and you want to kind of bust out on your own, then that's a problem, because then it almost feels like if you want to go out and bust out on your own and have your own private kind of love life the way it should work for you as opposed to the group, then that's a problem. Okay, I'm trying to tap into the full moon energy here of the individual versus the group. The group energy being all the Aquarius energy coming up now, the individual energy about what's good for you, Julie. Okay, what's good for you is that it feels like you would like to be really much more independent. However, that's in the challenge position. So it might be, even though you might have all the apparent wealth and abundance in certain matters, it might feel like a trap, like a beautiful prison, like a gilded prison. And that's suffocating, because then it might mean like I'll never have a chance to strike out on my own and have my own way of things. In other words, your chance to evolve towards the Leo North Node. So how are we going to deal with this? Because that's a very tough problem. Okay. Okay. My feeling here with the 3 of discs, Julie, it's a question of appreciation of talents. Okay. So we're looking at a lot of physical matter here, okay? The weather indications, all these 10 of discs, okay? And we've got the 9 of discs here in the challenge position, and we've got the 3 of discs here. What I'm feeling here, Julie, is that this is a really opportune moment, especially coming up to this full moon, where you got to start living as if, okay? Start appreciating yourself, your talents, your gifts for what they really are. And it doesn't mean you have to forcefully assert that energy, but it needs to be acknowledged, and you need to be what works for you. What works for you, okay, where you can still integrate with a group setting, but it's really important that you define your skills and you allow yourself to acknowledge the value of your skills, the value of your talents, and instead of just like compromising and trying to fit into like a bigger family environment where, you know, you don't want to ruffle the feathers of anybody, it's time to bust out, tune into your talents, tap into all that raw energy, that raw talent that you have, and freaking go for it. And if it's weird and disturbing for people and they don't understand, like these 2 characters here in the group, they might not really understand what you're doing or how you're doing it or why you're doing it, but somehow or other they can tell it's good, then that would be a good thing. But none of that's going to happen unless you actually make the decisions and take the actions, acting on the decisions to make that stuff happen. In other words, it's time for you to really tap into your personal talents, your personal gifts, and start to express them and live them out in a very methodical manner, okay? Just do what's right for you. And even if it includes matters of the heart, you know, the most loving thing you can do is you love yourself first, Julie, okay? Don't give it all away to the group anymore. That's not healthy. It's very important that you focus on your own talents, your own gifts, and start bringing them to the surface, okay? For the benefit of the group and the benefit of everybody else, where you're not giving away all your talents and your love for the benefit of the group. You are shining your talents for the group and for the world and primarily for yourself, okay? All right, I hope that I hope that helps, Julie. I really do. I hope I didn't like touch on any kind of like awkward family dynamics or relationship dynamics. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, Sandra, that is the universal theme of Tarot Illumination. Love yourself first, okay? I know it sounds very, very selfish, and a lot of people are raised to like love everybody else and put yourself last and just give everything away and everything will be wonderful so long as you're a martyr. So long as you look at everyone else as a victim and you're out to go and save them, then everything's going to be okay. It doesn't work that way. I mean, I know it's a really, really good, wholesome intention, but it's very, very important that you love yourself first. Be loving and be loved. Be loving, be loved. Sometimes being loving involves very tough decisions, very grueling environments, very hard work. Lovey-dovey energy isn't all about being nice and fluffy all the time, 24/7. You know, sometimes let's say you had a beautiful loved pet and it had a road accident and its head got crushed and it's devastating for the family and the pet is still alive. What are you going to do? You're going to rush over to the clinic. What if the clinic's 20 miles away? Okay, what are you going to do? Do you have a gun? Are you going to shoot the poor animal in the head and put it out of its misery? Or are you going to coddle it? Even though you know deep down it's going to die very soon, what's the merciful thing to do? What's the most loving thing to do? The only reason I'm mentioning this story, Julie, is because I've had to deal with these situations where sometimes the most merciful thing to do is put the situation to bed. Let's put it that way, okay? To relieve the misery, relieve the pain. And that's a very, very hard thing to do. Most people would defer to the sentiment. Sometimes there are no choices. Sometimes the decisions are brutal. If it all works out and the vet clinic's nearby and you can get over there quickly and there's a good chance for helping the poor creature, fine. But that's a different story. All right, next. Let's keep moving, people. Okay, the cards are well shuffled for the next reading. Okay, Lisa. Lisa M., you are up. Is Lisa still in the house? If there were, what's that, Lila? What's that? Hold on. I got to. If there were classes to love yourself, I'd totally sign up. Okay, well, Lilo, I'm going to tell you, Tarot Illumination has been doing a lot of homework, or it started to do some homework on what we're going to do down the road. It might be next year or something, but we're going to be setting up like a special stuff. It's going to be like a special private channel. It's going to be a subscription-only channel. Super cheap. Super, super cheap. Maybe like $1 a month or something, where anybody and everybody can join. But we're going to have all this. It'll be like a safe place where we can talk about things that you just talked about, like self-love classes and things like that. And we can do it online. And there's some amazing people who are ready. We're already starting conversations about how to do it and set it up properly. And it involves a lot of homework that I have to do on the end here of Tarot Illumination. That you really touched on a nerve there, Lilu, with Tarot Illumination, because that's really what Tarot Illumination is all about in the end. It's very much about the healing power of love, okay? I think I told you guys that's what I'm really into here, and how to propagate that energy. We can do that online the way we're doing it right now, okay? Love is an energy field. It isn't just like, a box of chocolates through the mail, or taking your sweetheart out for dinner or something like that, or cooking a really nice meal for the kids on the weekend or something. Sometimes a very, very self-loving thing to do is to extricate yourself from a very, very crippling situation. Okay, now, Julie, I think we said you are up. Here we go. Yeah, so you're up. All right, let's read for Julie. And hold on, I need a beverage. And I need some air. I need some air. Give me a moment, Julie. I'll be right back. I'm going to open up the office. All right, here we go. I'm trying to get some of the nighttime air to blow through here. Cool down the jets, you know. I just did, Julie. Oops. I'm sorry. Oh boy, I'm sorry. Oops. Oops, sorry. Thanks, Sandra. All right. So you see what happens here? What happens on the Sunday Night Live when there's no crew? You know? What do you do? All right, Christine, you are up. Christine, you're up. You know what we're going to do, Christine? I'm going to start pulling some more names, okay, just for kicks. I don't know how we're going to do this. I've lost track. I've lost track, by the way. What did I just say? Wait a minute, did I miss you, Lisa Marie? Wait a minute, hold on. What? So oh, okay, I'm sorry, Lisa. Right, so this is, we're going to read for Lisa. See, I got the names confused, I'm sorry. So we're going to read for Lisa, right? You're right, okay. Lisa Marie. Okay, you're here. Okay, let's do a bit of homework, people. Lisa Marie, you're up next. And we're going to do that here. But look. And then it's Christine, Rachel Wagner, Lisa. Lisa is next. Okay. Where's Lisa? Where's Lisa? Where's Lisa? I got Lisa here, but where's the next one? Okay, all right, okay, listen, I'm getting confused. Sorry, people. I'm going to pull some names. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull some names. We're going to, okay, we're going to read for Lisa next. Then I'm going to pull Maruka. Okay, I'm going to pull out a bunch of names here. So we have a few names in advance. Maruka. I'm just putting down here so we have a sense of order. We're going to do it like that. Then we're going to go over here. I'm going to pull up Jimmy. We're going to read for Jimmy because I tried to do that last couple of weeks ago or something, but I think Jimmy had to go. So I'm going to read for Jimmy. Okay. I'm kind of cherry picking, but I'm also trying to be random, okay, at the same time. And I'm going to read for Mila. And we're going to read for Mila. All right, so that gives us a lot to do, okay? So we have a lot of work to do just with this, okay? Wait a minute, what's this about Christine? Oh my God. Iris, oh, I'm sorry, Iris. Oh God, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. And where's Christine? I think I promised you one, didn't I? Where is it? Ah, I'm getting so confused now. I can't see. Where's your name? Where is it? I know you're here. Wait a minute. Maybe I didn't write you on there. That's Kathleen. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't do that. I'm sorry. Christine. Sorry, Christine. Jeepers. Now, did I get all the full moon babies? All right, we're going to kind of do it like this. This is what we got so far. And then we're going to do, so we're going to do Lisa, then Maruka, and then Jimmy, and then Mila. Something like that, okay? You know, if somebody has to go, because once we get into that, it's going to start getting really late. Lisa Marie, well, it's, you're getting your reading now, Lisa. It's right now. Let's just pretend it's your birthday right now. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Lisa. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, people. A bit of shuffle. Oh, you know who I want to read? I got to read for Ed. For Ed. I'm going to put a card here for Ed. I hope Ed's still here. Ed. Okay. EDM, electronic dance music. I'm going to put that over here on like the next to-do pile because I've already got a lot of names lined up. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go, folks. By the way, there's a special announcement coming tonight. Some of you might know what it is. Just saying, you know. It's kind of a big deal. Just saying, you know. All right, here's the situation. Let's get serious. Here's the challenge. And here is how we're going to deal with it, hopefully. We'll try. We do our best. And look at this. Good, solid, and steady. The Knight of Pentacles. So, Lisa, see that, you know, maybe things aren't very exciting right now. Maybe you're kind of in the doldrums. But it might be that that's just exactly how it's supposed to be. Maybe it's a feeling like, just please know that by like the long, steady approach, it might be like the weather conditions might be indicating that it's time to maybe slow things down, take a very practical look at life in a very, very, let's say, let's get it done kind of manner, but not rushing it or anything like that. But that might not be your normal tendency. Maybe you love, maybe you're one of those folks who just love to zoom around and buzz around and get stuff done, full of excitement. Divine 111. Oh, see, I didn't even put you on. Path Traveler, hold on. You're going to an EDM show? Damn, I want to go with you. Damn, I've never been to one of those big ones. Not really. Damn. All right. I'm so excited because of the music stuff. I love some of that music. I'm going to play a new song later. What's the situation? Okay. Queen of Wands energy. So, Lisa, like totally on your game right now. You might be just one of those people who's all hopped up on themselves, like, yeah, whoa, yeah. Like, with the Queen of Wands energy, it's almost like, now, if this is not you, in other words, let's just go back to the weather a minute. Let's just say the surrounding conditions are kind of trying to drop a very gentle, subtle hint, Lisa, that it's time to like settle down a bit and take a gentler pace at life and do it like steady. But there's you. Oh no, no. We're gonna have fun, okay? The Queen of Wands is very, very capable and full of radiance and light and energy and just inspiration for self and others. And she actually loves, she's really good at it, and she really, really loves being out there for her people, with her people, so to speak. She loves to, like, it's the energy of loving to radiate your light out towards the world and others, because you almost like get off on it. It's like the thrill of this, like unashamedly being yourself. So you might be one of those lucky people, Lisa, who's actually kind of well tuned into this energy with the eclipses, where you can feel it like, oh my God, this is like a big life thing for me right now. And you can feel it like you might be aware that there's all sorts of stuff that you might be outgrowing and moving on and evolving. And it's just like, well, what do you expect? You know, you might be already aware that life is a continuous like churning and changing and evolving. And the whole idea of, you know, conducting your life as though you were a rock steady farmer might feel strange to you. But the indication here is that it might be an idea to stabilize a little bit, bring some kind of stability for all this energy, because you just might be so full of love and light and inspiration to others, be kind of like all over the place. It might be almost like too much. So, and I don't want to spoil things right now, but because it's such a lovely card. So let's just say around this full moon and coming up to the eclipse, you might be becoming aware of your true radiance and your true abundance. But it's also time to be be aware of like, it's time to take a more mature approach to what I'm going to do with my energy and how I'm going to do it, as opposed to just like burning it up, so to speak. You do not want to waste this energy. Let's put it that way, Lisa. This is very, very valuable. This is really powerful energy. This is like serious heavy duty girl power, okay? So what's the challenge? Okay, it's like getting it all in balance, okay? So you might be one of those really up and down people. Like on the one minute, this like, I feel like I have so much to offer that I just kind of give it all away and burn it all up. For example, look at these pentacles. You might be one of those people who just loves to go crazy with a credit card. And then afterwards, you seriously regret it because it turns into a major hangover, you know, and that's a real problem, because that hangover can last 20 times longer than all the fun you might have ever had burning up the credit cards. And that's where this weather energy comes in again. It's just like gently tapping you on the shoulder saying, you might have a problem. You might love to be on the receiving end of the generosity. Like some people get in these like clusters where everybody gets on this, like it's like like a bunch of junkies getting together, burning up credit cards. I'm not saying that's the issue, but let's just keep it general about resources. But like, oh, if all my friends are burning up their credit cards and, you know, burning up their you know, loans and whatever, and getting into debt with themselves and their lives and their resources, then why don't I just do it too? And I'll just go crazy. In fact, I'm going to do it more than everybody else because it's so much fun. But that becomes a problem because with this card here, the Six of Pentacles, in a challenge position, it might be that you're not fully aware of like how the energy of your resources actually works. Like if you squander your resources and you're too generous, that can be a problem. Or if you suddenly become too restrictive, like you suddenly run out of resources, then that's a problem too. It's impossible to be generous when you're totally bankrupt. It's very, very hard. And then you have to be the one becoming a beggar, going to, you know, seeking help. So it's kind of a really delicate balancing act here, because you might be very, very fired up with life. You just might be so loving life that it's very easy to fall into this situation where you're burning up your own resources, okay? And you're depleting your natural resources, and that's not good for the long term. So how are we going to deal with that? Okay, you're just going to say enough is enough. Okay, this is like it's over. There might have been, let's say it's not, I don't want to say this is a love reading or it's just about you and burning up your resources, your energies. If you've been burning up your resources and energies for other people at your loss, that's not good. If you've been sucking up a lot of resources from other people for your benefit, but their loss, then that's not good either. Either way, the way to handle it with the Ten of Swords here is it's almost time to say, like, you know, this has to stop. You might have been like one of those you might be one of those people who's constantly meaning well. I mean well, I want to do well, I want to mean well, but it ends up a problem. Like you actually end up hurting yourself or other people. Like if you're constantly giving away your energy, your time, your love, your resources, then you're depleting yourself. And if you're doing it over and over and over and over again, that's effectively self-destructive. Even though you might be thinking it's all really cool and awesome because you have such good intentions. So it's kind of like, let's go back to the weather since we're using the weather. It's like a maturation energy here. Maybe with these eclipses, it's a strong indication that it's really, really time to admit that some of your conditioning, your subconscious behaviors, practices, attitudes, beliefs, anything, even from childhood, there could be a lot of, let's say, just subconscious behaviors or habits that you just do on autopilot, which aren't actually healthy for you, and it's time to change. It's time to examine all of these self-defeating behaviors, come back to you feeling as though you're the one who's getting stabbed in the back like a pincushion for everybody else. But either way, it starts from you on the inside because you're the one who's letting this happen, and that's not cool. Okay, Lisa? So with this card, time, with these eclipses, it's like a big wake-up call. It's just like, come on, Lisa, wake up. It's time to stop the self-defeating behavior of either giving it all away to the point of self-destruction or having to be bailed out and rescued. Either way, it doesn't work. It's not healthy. It's time to take a much healthier, long-term, stabilizing approach to life and love and the world around you and the way you conduct yourself so that you can really be like Queen of Wands energy for the long term, to be this way and continue to be this way, because otherwise you're continually tripping yourself up, okay? And you might not be aware of it. It just might be, you know, childhood conditioning. All right, let's move on. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, Lisa. I hope I really, because sometimes I get a bit carried away. I don't want to preach or judge. I'm just trying to give you my feeling about the story, the way the cards are telling me. And then I have to try and convey that in such a way that I don't hurt your feelings or, you know, trigger like resentment or anger or something. I hope, anyway. Maruka, you're up next, okay? Thank you. You're Path Traveler. What's that? I just saw that. Oh, Path Traveler. We probably need to have a private conversation. If you're born with the Leo North Node, we need to pay very, very close attention to the exact degree of the North Node, okay? The exact degree of your North Node in your chart, okay? So, you know, if you want to write to me at tarotlumination.com, you can do that. There's a website. And if you want to look into it for real, that's kind of serious stuff. Let's put it this way. Path Traveler. I'm just going to take a second here, folks, because Path Traveler has an issue. Okay, Path Traveler, look. We were already building up to the eclipses at the end of July, okay? Because we had the very early new moon eclipse in Leo, 0 degrees right here. The new moon, it wasn't an eclipse, sorry. But it's the same energy that we're dealing with right now. Here we are 2 weeks later, and we've got this, okay? The same energy is piling up here, but it's much stronger now, and it's at the full moon. So it's going to be very, very apparent of what's not working, okay? What needs to be released and let go. And it might feel very, very weird, very, very disorienting, but there's no escape. The finger of God is here, the finger of God is there. Whatever needs to be healed needs to be revealed. And it needs to be done now. It's happening now. There's no escape. With the finger of God here, there's no escape. And it's a tremendous pressure to evolve. On top of that, okay, throughout all of this, Path Traveler, is this. This is the Leo energy extracted from all these charts where we're just focusing on the Leo energy right now. You see this? all this energy, the energy of heavens, basically the energy of the planets, it's literally forcing and squeezing and pushing everybody like out of one of those like things you squeeze when you put icing on a cake. It comes out. There's no escape. Everyone is being squeezed and pushed into this direction to evolve towards the Leo North Node. And that's very, very strong for you right now, David, if you're Leo North Node by birth. So we need to look into this seriously. Anyway, I don't want to spook you or scare you. We're all dealing with it to some degree. Okay, I'm going to put Ed's back in here. We'll see how far we get, because I have to admit, people, I'm actually kind of tired tonight. I wasn't expecting it, but it might not look it, but I've been doing a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes with Terra Lumination to get things to grow and to stabilize in such a way that it works better for you guys. So let's have a look. Hold on, I've missed some names. Heather's in the house. Hold on. I don't think I put you down there, Heather. Heather. And I'm sure I missed a few others that I didn't catch on the way coming in late. Path Traveler. Path. I'm just going to call you Path tonight. Path, I'm not going to give you a reading tonight because your situation is highly specialized, okay? We can't do this live, okay? No offense. All right, let's do this. All right, Maruka, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, we're going to read from Maruka now. Miriam, sorry. Damn, I missed you too. Sorry. God. Sorry, Miriam. Hi. For some reason, a lot of people showed up. We got up to 60 tonight, and a lot of people went home early and whatever because it's already getting late. It's already midnight on the East Coast of the United States. I know some of you come from other parts of the world, but Tiffany, sorry, I just saw you, Tiffany. Okay, there you are. You're a newbie. You're brand new. Okay. Hey, Tiffany's a newbie. She's highly vulnerable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Oh, gosh. I got way too many. I don't know how we're going to deal with this. All right. Anyway, Maruka, you're up. Hi, Lilo. I saw all that stuff about the Cancer. Cancer, Lilo, you've got Pluto transiting your 7th house. Well, you've got Pluto transiting all the Capricorn part of your house, wherever that is. So you're under tremendous pressure. All the Cancerians have been under tremendous pressure, all the Capricorns, and even to some extent, some of the Aries, and even right now, some of the Libras. It's a lot of pressure on the cardinal signs, okay? And it's been going on for quite a while, and it's not going to stop just yet. Capricorns, I get a lot of messages from the Capricorns about how tough it's been. I understand. I understand. It shows in the planets. I track the planets, as you know, but this is not an astrology channel. We're just doing little tarot. All right, Maruka, we're shuffled. We're just going to cut it now. I'm going to do a weird cut to break things up. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. Let's have a look. Oh, you see, look, another repeat card. So it might indicate, Maruka, that you're in a spot where the weather conditions are indicating that it's very, very important to pay attention right now. Pay very close attention to what's happening around you. You could almost feel like you're in kind of a maze where you're very aware of it, and you might be scared to make any kind of moves in case you make the wrong moves, okay? All this is saying is that be very, very aware, pay very, very close attention to what's happening around you. Be extremely observant and very conscientious. Are you making healthy decisions moment by moment? Are you allowing yourself to be on the receiving end of unhealthy decisions and behaviors from other people? Are you conducting yourself in a life where there are a lot of preconditions and assumptions and habits and behaviors that they're just on autopilot, and you thought that was your personality, that you thought that was your nature, but that's just conditioning. Okay, do you see what I'm trying to get at here, Maruka? So what is the real you? Are you just living through conflicts? Are you living through situations? Or are you honoring and living your true self? What's the situation? You see, it's too much. You've overloaded yourself. It's too much. It's almost like you've been living your life for other people. And it's too much. The card of burdens here, the Ten of Wands, it's all with good intentions, Maruka, okay? So you might have the biggest, kindest heart in the world. You might be very smart. You might be very dedicated, passionate, and hardworking. And might be feeling a situation like, wait a minute, like you might be with this with these eclipses coming up, you might be coming to these like, not be one massive explosive awakening. It might be like in steps, like, oh my God, I can't believe I've been behaving like this, and then I did that, and then I do this, and then I do that, and I let this stuff happen to me, and I make assumptions about that and that, and it's like everybody takes advantage of me, and I just fall into situations because that's what apparently you're supposed to do, and then it just ends up piling up and piling up and piling up, and it's like it's nothing to do with you anymore. It's not even your life anymore. It's like who am I? Where am I? All I am doing is carrying burdens, carrying my own burdens from subconscious behaviors, carrying everyone else's burdens from their subconscious behaviors, where everything in your life is conducted on autopilot. Duh, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. Where's the self-love here, Maruka? Maybe it's time. Maybe you're just one of these people who just work yourself to death, and that's not healthy. It's not good. You might just like keep putting out all your passion, dissipating all your energy for everything and everybody else, and there's nothing left for you. And a lot of that is happening through your own behavior, your own decisions, but you might not be aware of it. In other words, if you feel that life is too much, who else are you going to blame? Okay? If you want to blame everyone else, you can, but ultimately it's your life, okay? So, because all these habits and conditions and challenges are essentially inside of you, okay? And they need to be addressed. So what's the challenge here? Okay, we're getting to the core of Tarot Lumination here, what it's really about. Okay, with the Ace of Cups, Maruka, much about the energy of love in its richest, most abundant form. You might have just accidentally stumbled on the little Tarot Lumination channel for a very rude awakening that the most important thing is to love you first. Okay, Maruka? I'm trying to keep myself very emotionally calm here because inside of me right now, I'm absolutely bubbling up or anything, but with the feeling of like such like raw simplicity. Like it's such a, it's such like a, what do they call that? An example, like a real life living example happens when you do not love yourself, okay? You end up giving away all your life source, all your life energy, your life power, and you end up depleted where there's nothing, okay? And whose fault is that? Yes, maybe you were brought up wrong. Maybe you had tons and tons of abuse in childhood. Maybe you were not educated properly. Maybe you were forced to do this and do that and had to live a life that you didn't really want to live according to other people's decisions. and feeling like you're like lost. And it just ends up as work and grind, dissipating your passions. And at the core of it all is you might have never, ever been aware or instructed or taught or raised to believe in love. You might have had an environment where real love didn't exist. It might have been drama or intentions or activities or distractions or ambitions or goals, but love was absent. And in this little reading here, with one of the most important love cards in a whole deck, the Ace of Cups, it's indicating that, because this is an opportunity card, it's a sacred opportunity. The challenge is that it's almost like either you have unwittingly, unconsciously deprived yourself of self-love because you didn't even know you had the right. No one ever gave you permission to love yourself. No one ever instructed you or taught you or coached you in how to love yourself first. And it's like a vacuum. It's just like, it's so important that you love yourself first. And this is a golden opportunity now with this full moon, is to come to a realization that you have the right. You may not think you have the right to love or to be loved because of conditioning. And that's a very, very, it's an almost tragic way to have to live, because it's like there's everything else around you. But if this is absent, then it's like, nothing else matters anymore. So that's a big problem, Maruka. This is a big problem here when this is in a challenge position. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, you're going to strike out, is that with the little Two of Wands, it's time to, you know what, say, screw this. Screw all this. Screw all of this. Yes, I'm surrounded by all sorts of problems and conditions and, you know, attitude adjustments that need to happen. And it could all be just one big clusterfuck of a mess. And it ends up where you're completely deprived of self-love, which makes it almost impossible to love or be loving. If you, in other words, because I'm a real proponent of being loving and being loved. That has to start from within. Be loving, be loved. Loved, okay? And most important, it's about loving yourself first and foremost, caring and loving, allowing yourself to love yourself. And that should almost be like a new life goal, a new life path, a new ambition, a new mission in life. It's almost like this is such an extreme reading, as far as I'm concerned, Maruka. It's an extremely powerful message that from now on, from this moment onwards, especially from the new moon eclipse at the end of August, your life path, your life mission should now change to where your first and most important mission is to love you first, above all else and everything else. It might sound very, very strange to you, Maruka, if you have not been born and raised into that kind of, it might sound completely absurd. Like, that sounds like extreme narcissism and selfishness. Well, you'll find out as time goes on. I'm not going to tell you how to do that here, because this is just a tiny reading. But the message is, in order to heal this situation where there might be a tremendous sense of the lack of love in your life, it's time to take charge and set a completely new course, a completely new course in life with a whole new attitude adjustment, okay, where it's about love you first. And that could take the rest of your life, training yourself how to do that. But it's really, really worth it, because then this starts to actually become the dominant factor in your life, okay? All right, Maruka, I think that's all we're going to do on now, because that, it looks like sort of innocent, but it's actually a very serious reading as far as I'm concerned, okay? I didn't hurt any feelings there, but it was very, very strong for me. And I'm not going to allow myself to get all blown away by that. But I'm kind of angry, I have to say, Maruka, I'm kind of angry that you let it get that serious, to the point where you're dealing with the 8 of Swords and the Ten of Wands here. All right. So we'll work on this, okay, Maruka? We're going to work on it. It just takes a lot of time, okay? It's time to invest in yourself. It's time to set a new course, a new path in life, new ambitions, new mission, and discard everything else that was not working. It's all got to go. Go. Jimmy, you're up. All right, Jimmy? I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Shit. I'm sorry, Maruka. Damn. Anyway, listen, Maruka, you're in a good place. You're in a really, really good place, Maruka. There's a lot of loving people that come to this show. And it might sound strange to do it on a little tiny text in the chat box, but it's for real. They're actually, you know, this is real. This is real life. This is happening right now. There are people in this room who are extremely loving. They have very, very high vibration love frequency. And it's almost like they're eager to share that. They're eager to propagate that in the world. And if you're the one who needs it right now, then you're the one who's going to get it. But it's up to you to receive it. Okay, Maruka? This might sound very strange to you if you've never had this kind of approach to life before. All right? So thanks, everybody, for, you know, giving Maruka kind of a group love hug. It's very, very evident from over here at Tarot Lumination. It's very, very evident that Maruka needs a lot of love in her life, and she needs it now, okay? Okay? All right, Jimmy, you're up. You're up. You're still here, Jimmy. Yeah, I see you. I see you. All right, Jimmy, you're up. Here's the, we're going to cut. I'm going to do a very extreme cut again. I'm trying to break up the cards so there's less chance of repetitions, but I like to have a very, very clear deck. I like to have a very, very clean deck. All right, Jimmy, here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. And let's have a look underneath. The cups here. So you might be reaching an end of a chapter, which would make total sense at the full moon. You might be coming to a full realization that there's a certain chapter of your life that is essentially over. It doesn't mean it's a good thing or it's a bad thing, but it's over, and you might be deeply aware that you're feeling it in the environment around you, that it's time to move on. Everything, there's no hard feelings here. It's just that it's history. It's over. You might have shared a lot of love in your life. A lot of people might have shared a lot of love with you, and that's wonderful. Planet where we have this thing called time, and it never, ever, ever stops. And the time is right now with these eclipses, where it's a very stark realization from the weather, including the moon here, okay? Okay, do you see this? You see this, Jimmy? This is very, very pertinent right to you right now. With this full moon, whatever it is, whether it's a very specific situation or an attitude or a way of life or a love interest, it's like, it might be one of those karmic lesson type situations where it's over and it's done. And the healthy thing to do may be to move on. And the weather is indicating to this, trying to do it in a very gentle way, Jimmy, okay? So what's the situation? Okay. You see, people, I do whatever I can to try and clean the deck to keep it super pure, but there's no way out of it. Messages need to be repeated. And I see it in private readings. I see it in the group readings. I see it in the courts. Certain cards repeat, 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 because it's a very, very important message that everybody needs to learn and understand. And I think this is the third time this evening we've had this. Walk around carrying tremendous pain and suffering, okay? We do it on a daily basis. We go around with our brave faces saying that, you know, wow, this is just life. You know, shit happens, man. And you slap each other on the back. You go out for a drink with your mates, whatever it is you do, Jimmy. however it is you cope. I don't know if you're married with kids or single or ambitious or gay or straight and young or old, rich, poor, super educated, or just bare bones getting along. Whatever it is, Jimmy, the indication here is that this is enough. Enough is enough is enough. This has to stop, okay? Jimmy, if you're a heavy self-medicator, if you've been living a life of conditioning, unhealthy attitudes, unhealthy habits, perceptions, thoughts, beliefs, being taught that this is how things are. You know, it could have been from childhood where you were raised in a certain way that this is how it is, Jimmy. You better freaking get used to it. Life is a pile of shit, and all you're supposed to do is just deal with it and get on with it, okay? And make the best of it. And if you have to, you know, you get smashed now and again, or you do something crazy to let off steam, but don't ever forget, Jimmy, life is shit. Okay, that's not healthy. Okay, the reality is you can have the Ace of Cups, okay? And you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't invite the Ace of Cups energy into your life. So a lot of pain right now. You might be carrying a lot of pain. You might be behaving or acting in such a way that it doesn't show to anybody, okay? But deep inside of you, Jimmy, we're dealing with this, and we're going to have to deal with it because it's very evident in the reading, okay? There might be a lot of sorrow here, but it's more to do with just pain. That you are very, very good at being a pincushion for other people. Single individual, a loved one. It could be a family member. It could be a dear friend. It could be that you are very, very humble in nature, and you just invite abuse. You invite conflict. You invite stress and pain into your life because you might have all the appearances of being someone who's very strong and you can cope very well. And sometimes people who have those kind of gifts get into their life because a lot of people can't handle their crap. So they're looking for other people where they can dump all their crap. And you might be one of those people, Jimmy, and it has to stop. That's not healthy. Very, very important that you live your life in a way that's healthy. And this is an indication that however you've been conducting your life in a way that's unhealthy, or that is not to do with healing yourself or taking care of yourself properly, it has to stop. Because it's the kind of the end of the road, okay? You are probably very aware of what we're talking about here. You don't have to tell me any details, whether it's love, romance, jobs, health, whatever it is, doesn't matter. It has to stop. It's the end. You're done with that. It's time to move on, okay? It's not healthy. You can't stay this way forever, and you know it, okay, Jimmy? Challenge. You're scared shitless, okay? It might be that you are fully aware of exactly what we've been talking about here, and you might be aware that the weather indications are hinting that it is time to move on. No grudges, no harm, nothing. It's just literally like it's the end of a chapter in life, and you just move on to a higher level of consciousness, a higher level of being that is more suitable, because this way of living was there. It's done, it's over, because the reality behind it is that it was deeply conflicted. The problem is moving on, okay? With the eclipses, you might be one of those people who's very, very deeply embedded to life and a certain way of living. And the whole idea of evolving, even if it means saying goodbye to all this pain, some people identify so heavily with their pain that that is their whole identity. They don't realize that they have a right to be happy. It's just a string of stories of misery. That's not healthy. It might be very dramatic to tell people, like, it might be great if you're a writer and you want to write all these tragic stories, fine. But you have a right to be happy. Moon card here in the challenge position, it might be, you might be really scared of what your subconscious is telling you. In other words, like deep down, if you know in the pit of your soul that a certain aspect of your life is finished and you need to move on to higher consciousness, higher awareness, and it means that you're going to have to go through initiation or a hazing experience where you're going to have to evolve to a whole higher other level of being that could feel terrifying to you because it's happening under the moon. This heavy, heavy, heavy lunar influence here in this reading, Jimmy. And yeah, in the old days, yeah, full moons could be really spooky, and especially the eclipses, and they can be very terrifying. Also with eclipses, it typically involves energy of which there is no going back, there's no return. In other words, Jimmy, if you probably are aware of it, you probably know exactly what's going on in this reading, and we don't have to talk about it on the screen or anything, but deep down, you probably know exactly what we're talking about, and you're scared shitless about what to do and how to do it, because there's no one there to guide you. Okay, you're just kind of going blind through this whole thing and just kind of wandering around under the moonlight, which is being eclipsed. So in other words, even though it should be a full moon where you would have lots of light during these frightening moments, with the eclipse, it's not there. So you are left totally on your own to try and figure out. And the only way to do that is to tap into your deepest self-conscious, subconscious, and trust that energy. But that is very, very tiring and frightening for a lot of people to do, because it means they have to trust. They have to trust their feelings. They have to trust their deepest intuition. Do that. They would rather distract with TV or jobs or activities or something, anything, than to go within and trust your deepest feelings. Because your deepest feelings might be telling you exactly what Tarot Illumination is telling you now, but you don't want to hear it. Okay? Yes, if you're shit scared of this stuff. Okay, you're going to admit it. Just admit it, Jimmy. There might be aspects that are going on right here. Maybe it's to do with the love life, because we started out with the Eight of Cups here. It might be an indication that let's just keep it really simple. It might be an indication that in some ways you have been really naive and innocent when it comes to this situation. Okay, and even with the best of intentions, you've ended up in this situation where there's a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and it's pretty much the end of the road, because you don't know what happens next, because there is no indication here. You're terrified of what's happened next. But the way to handle it is, this is all in the past, okay? Lunar energy, it's very much about the history and the past and everything, but we're living in the present right now. And in this very, very present moment, the whole momentum of this eclipse is to take us to the Leo North Node, where you now officially claim your right to be Jimmy Mark II. Okay, the newly reformatted Jimmy, where this bullshit is gone and this fear of the subconscious is gone. And instead, you simply admit and accept that you might be naive in certain matters of the heart. And it's perfectly okay, because 99.99% of the planet is shockingly naive when it comes to love, especially self-love, okay? Which seems to be a very, very strong message here this evening. I mean, I know it's a regular theme for Tarot Illumination about love yourself. It's very, very important. Your first and most important relationship is yourself with yourself. And if you don't love yourself in the way that's authentic and true, then nothing else matters. It just turns to shit. So, Jimmy, it's okay to admit that there might be some naivety or some innocence, and that you do deep down have the best of intentions, and you desire the best of intentions and the best outcomes, but you might have to start totally from scratch, okay? That's okay. I mean, that's kind of what we do here on Tarot Illumination all the time. What happens is that, because I see it here on this side of the screen, where a lot of stuff is revealed and confided, and we really get into it with people. And because we're not doing this personally, it's because, you know, it's like I'm just like a guy sitting there in a bus stop. You've never known me before. And then you just gush out your whole heart. And Tarot Illumination comes back and says, well, all you need to do is that. And then you move away. And you think, oh, that was kind of, I'm glad I opened up to the stranger. Because the stranger has no, you know, preconceptions about who you are or expectations about outcomes. They're just offering you their feedback because they feel for you. So that's all that's happening here, Jimmy. In the end, the best way to move on is to understand that there's a degree of innocence. Accept that innocence, acknowledge the innocence, Acknowledge the fear. It's not a big deal. We all deal with that. Acknowledge the fact that this is over. This is not healthy, and you're not going to do this anymore. The eclipses are saying it's over, and you're going to start from scratch. It's like going back to high school or something. Okay, if you have to, it's like starting like love lessons 101 from scratch. Okay, not a problem. It can be done, because there's no point in trying to jump to like a PhD in self-love if you haven't got the foundations sorted out. Okay, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings or insult you in any way, Jimmy, but I'm just calling it out. I just have to honor the story as I feel it, as I see it. Mila, you are up. You are up. Okay, let's keep going, folks. We've been going for a few hours. I'm getting parched and thirsty. I'm going to have some red beverage here. All right, let's have a look. By the way, I'm not really watching the screen too much. Yes, Sandra, thank you for keeping it very simple. Truly, love is what we're all about. I know it sounds corny, it's like some kind of, one of those really ancient hippie 70s movies or something, like whatever, it's just, but the thing is, it's perpetual. It's all it's ever been, it's all it ever is, and it's all it ever will be in the end. That's all that really counts in the end. It's the love, okay? It's really simple. Simple is not easy. It may be sometimes, but in general, simple is simple. But simple is not easy. All right, Mila, you are up. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more because I can't remember if I shuffled enough. You see what happens like with the tarot? It's almost like you don't really need the tarot reading because you already know. It's just that when you do the tarot, it just reflects back to you some of the stuff that is very deeply hidden, want to address or discuss. And that's why Tarot Illumination exists, because what I've noticed on Tarot Illumination, we attract the clients that it's just like there's nowhere else to go. Like I get some amazing clients, and I feel so privileged to have these clients where we can really get into it. And yeah, it sometimes gets very, very personal and very uncomfortable and very awkward, but to heal it, okay? That's very much what it's about here. We don't lecture. I don't give you guidebooks or instruction kits. I don't really have any of that stuff. We just kind of go at it in what works for you. So see, look at Stella's little story right there. You see with the eclipses, like if you don't take the actions yourself, then the universe will intervene. Stella, that's awesome. I see that on the screen. Awesome, Stella. Thank you for putting in that. I recommend that everybody has a read of Stella's little message there. Yeah, Angel 25. What I've noticed is that doing the tarot can really be helpful to, clear people, see the light again. They can see hope. They can see reason. They can see a sense of self and mission and purpose, and that they actually do have a right to be who they are and love themselves. And then they slowly discover that that is the most important thing in life. It's just that none of us are raised that way. Very, very few people are raised or taught that energy. It's extremely rare. And because I see it here at Tarot Illumination, it's very, very evident that it's not how people are raised. All right, Mila. Here we go. Okay, that was a really weird cut. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. Let's have a look. Whoa, the Chariot. Okay, Mela. It's an indication that now is the time. Right now, Mela, is the time for you to take charge of your life. And it's all the energies of the universe are conspiring to help you do that. They're going to try and to show you ways to get everything in order. Get all your shadow aspects, things that might haunt you or bug you, turn that into gold. Use that as rocket fuel. Like turn your anger into fuel. And all the love and the energy you have, use that as fuel for the mission to propagate the love and move into the new Mila Mark II. Use all your resources. None of it is wasted, okay? And in other words, by tapping into your shadow self and your light self as one complete being and allowing and accepting and knowing that you are absolutely awesome just as you are, with all of your flaws, all of your shadows, all of your baggage, all of your history, all of your tragedy, sorrow, pain, and suffering. That is an equal part of you. You don't have to revel in it or tune into it all the time, but that's just as glorious as all your talents. And you're going to squash all that together into one awesome Mila Mark II and freaking go for it. What's the situation? However, the challenge, this is not the challenge, the situation might be that you're in a very awkward situation where there's an energy of combat here with the Five of Swords, where there's a couple of things I want to say here, Mela. It might be that you're in a situation where you have had to endure, so to speak, where you've been fighting and you've been fighting and you've been fighting, and you've been having to make decisions about how to keep going, how to endure. And it has been at great cost, not only to yourself, but to perhaps others. Now, if this is just purely about energy, about yourself, it might be that you have been really, really beating up on yourself in a very self-destructive manner, okay? It's an energy of almost futile conflict. It's like that kind of war energy where, like, here's the battalion over here from one side, here's the battalion over here from one side, and both sides are determined to win because they think they're right, and they freaking go for it, and they go for it, and they go for it. In the end, it's just a bloodbath, and nobody won anything. It was just a bloodbath, okay? And what's the point in that? Sometimes when you're facing these really, really critical decisions where you know you have to go to war with yourself or go to war with others, it's very, very important to understand that sometimes you have to pick your battles. Where is it really, really, really worth going to war at such a heavy cost? Is it worth it? Sometimes it is. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to understand that you might take a lot of hits and a lot of losses in order to prevail. So I don't know which it is, whether it's futile conflict with no resolution, or whether it is a resolution and a victory, but with a very high cost. Okay, so I don't know. And this could be internal, but it could be in terms of I think it's more internal, personally. You might be very deeply battled within yourself, or you might, if it is in a relationship situation where it's highly conflicted, and the energy is saying it's time for you to bust out and take charge and lead your own life, it still could turn into the energy of conflict, because the conflict occurs inside of you anyway. Whether you are at war with yourself, or whether you are at war with others, or others are at war with you. It's happening at very, very high cost. And that's very, very unhealthy. It's very, very dangerous. It might be something that you have to do, and you're doing it, but it might not be worth it, okay? This could also indicate a lot of very self-destructive behavior, which is, again, not healthy, because it's with the energy of the eclipses is indicating it's time for you, Mila, to take charge of your life. And the energy of heaven, the angels of heaven are here to remind you. Let's just say the angels of heaven are everyone else here at the campfire, all around here now tonight with Tarot Lumination on the live show. We're all part of a campfire here, and we're all here for each other. And in a group situation, the message would be, Mila, we are the energy around you telling you it's time to get your life together, and we can make this happen. It might be a group effort, a team effort, but ultimately it's up to you, Mila. And the way to do that is to end these conflicts. But you might be deeply embroiled in conflict to the point where, you know, like people get caught up in dogfights where they can't get out of the fight. That's a problem. They're so enmeshed with fight and battle and just trying to survive that they can't see anything else. You know, it's just like wild dogs going, and someone else has to break it up. So you might need third-party intervention. Okay, Mila? What's the challenge? Towards energy here. The challenge, Mila, you might be dealing with some very oppressive energy right now around you that is coming at you in a very assertive manner. It might not be going very well. And it also might indicate that with the King of Swords here in the challenge position, you might be having to confront a person that is not you, who is carrying a lot of weight in your life, in your world at this moment, including Swords energy. Now, if this King of Swords energy represents the masculine part of your energy, Mila, where you are battling yourself internally, you are literally at war with yourself deeply and internally, problem, and it's very unhealthy. If you are at war with someone else who is not willing to give in or give away, it could be that you're fighting a battle that is just very, very costly to your heart, mind, and body and soul, okay? And you might be deeply embroiled in the battle without even knowing it. And who knows if there's any good outcome here at all. The King of Swords energy has absolutely no fear about using whatever tools, devices, attitudes, thoughts, perceptions, whatever it is, because this is in a very challenging position. They have no fear about doing whatever has to be done in order to win or maintain their dominion. But the problem is, if this is your own energy, Mila, you might be very, very, let's say, because of being consumed in war, so to speak, with yourself or others, you might have ended up like disempowering yourself to the point where you don't know what to do or how to do it anymore. You don't know how to take charge. You might be terrified of taking charge. You might be terrified of exercising your authority and your right to have your truth. And you might be getting taken right up to the limits of your abilities. In other words, like being pushed right up against the wall with a knife at your throat and having to still maintain your sovereignty and dignity. That's extremely, extremely high pressure situation. Okay? Now, how are we going to deal with this? Okay? All I'm thinking here, Amelia, is walk away. Okay? Walk away and reclaim your life. Okay? It's let's just put these two cards together here and pretend these two cards don't even exist. It's time for you to take charge of life, claim your own life, gather all your resources in your life, in your world, everything, and be willing to almost like walk away, go inside of yourself. And if this is a massive war that you're having inside of yourself, then you need to address this now. You cannot, if this is the energy of a lot of self-destruction, that's not good. And sometimes the only way to handle it is to go at it face on. But face on sometimes might mean you have to go into almost like solitary, so to speak, like lock yourself up in a prison, like not a prison, but lock yourself up in a situation where you force yourself to confront your own internal battles, or you force yourself to confront these hostilities, or whatever it is you're doing that is disempowering yourself, or whatever it is that is happening that is disempowering you from being life. And as always, the answers lie within. It's all about you in the end, Mila. It's all about you in the end. But it may be like if you're so consumed with battle and war and conflict, and deep down everyone else is telling you You have a right to your own life, and it's time now to take charge and win. But you never really understood that you had the right. It's time to go within and learn that and understand that. We're not saying we have the solution right now. You have to go within first. And that could be the hardest thing of all, making the decision to go within, detach from all of this, and understand that the answers all lie within inside you. And eventually, with the little star here, with this little tiny star, I don't know if you can see it, you'll come out of it. I don't know when, but you will come out of it feeling like the star card. Like finally, there is hope. There is truth. There is life beyond, okay? It is possible. It really does exist, Mila. But for now, it means admitting that you're going to have to like face yourself, okay? Go within and face yourself about all this. Ed, are you still here, Ed? I don't know. Maybe you had to go to bed. Let's have a look. I feel like I owe Ed a reading because we really went at it some time ago, and it was kind of fun, and I just wanted to say thank you. This is a thank you reading for Ed, okay? I don't know if you guys are still out there. It's getting pretty late. Pretty late on Sunday night for a lot of people. No, we're still going. Hey, there's a new person. Who's that? Who's that? Eric. Eric. I didn't see Eric. Hold on. Now, who's that other one? Camille. Camille. Hold on. I'm just taking the names down because I'm trying to be as conscientious as possible. Not everyone's going to get a reading. We're going to read for Ed now. I don't know if Ed's in the house. Can anyone see if Ed's in the house? If Ed's not here, then I'm going to move on. Hey, Ed, if you're here, could you type it in? Just say hi. Or if you're shy, if you don't want a reading, it's okay. But it would help to know because I got your name here. Okay, hi, Abby. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know. If Ed doesn't want a reading, I'll put it aside because it doesn't look like he's typing in. It's all right. We'll move on. Let me pull someone out, some other names. Let's go here. Let's have a look. Gosh, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Oh, gosh, I don't know what to do, people. I don't know what to do. Oh, he wants one? Okay, well, how about this? I'll put Ed over to the side because I feel like I want to do a reading for Ed. Mary, I didn't see you there, Mary. Hi. I don't know where to start, people. I don't know where to go. Oh, hi, Ed. You're there. Okay. All right, let's just do this. Just wrote in and said that you guys are on the phone together or something. All right, let's have a look. Okay, it's kind of getting late, folks. I know I'm going to need a break in a moment. Maybe we'll put on some music, something like that. For you. All right, here we go, Ed. You're up. Here we go. Here we go, Ed. You are up. All right, this is it. Here we go. Here we go. Doopy-doopy-doo. We're just going to keep this light and breezy because it's a public forum, okay, Ed? All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to deal with it. In the background, we got this. Look at that, Ed. Oh, you got the Knight of Wands. It's just like, yeah, I'm going for it, people. I'm freaking going for it. And that's awesome, Ed. here, like the eclipse energies are basically, it's like they've got your back. They're saying, freaking go for it, Ed. Whatever it is that you feel like your heart, your passions, and your inspirations and desires are telling you to do, freaking do it. Hold on. I'm trying to get organized here. What's the situation? All right. So this is very wholesome energy here. The Knight of Pentacles, and it's indicating that the way things are right now, you're doing it the Ed way, okay? You got it steady, you got a plan, you're investing in the future, you see the results of your work, seeds are already planted, seeds are already growing, the ground has been tilled, fertilized, and all the right ingredients are being moved around and just sort of farmed properly the way it should be for a good, healthy, wholesome outcome. So this is a really good energy for you, Ed. This is really, really good starting energy. You've got these two knights, very strong messages, indications that heading in the right way for the right reasons, okay? And you're being encouraged to keep going in that way. So it's like you might be one of the lucky ones who's already tuned into the evolutionary path and the evolutionary energy of these eclipses, and you're riding the wave, so to speak. But that's relatively statistically quite rare, because a lot of people typically struggle with the eclipses. A lot of people feel as though their lives are being ripped up. Stuff is being shedded and pulled away, and all sorts of things are going to get lost and left behind, and that means facing a whole new future into the unknown. It's scary stuff, especially with this Aquarius eclipse, because it's ruled by Uranus. By definition, you're facing the unknown, just literally just jumping off a cliff, so to speak. It's like, Ed, you have a very good understanding of what's happening. It doesn't matter whether you know anything about astrology or tarot or not. Your body, your way you conduct your life is essentially, it's effective. Now, of course, there's always challenges, so let's have a look. Okay, the challenge might be living with some of the history of the past, okay? This is a beautiful little cup. It's the little Six of Cups. And in this position as a challenge, it might be like the energy of having to deal with what is being left behind, okay? Because with these eclipses, there's no question about it, a lot is going to be left behind. And it might be there's a lot of stuff that you loved and cherished and cared for deeply, even if it's like with soulmate energy, that could be left behind, and that's a challenge. How do we deal with that? But it doesn't have to be bad. It's just, it could be a challenge, because a lot of people do that anyway. They have to, it's important to understand that we all have history, we all have legacy, we all have a path, and we are creating history moment by moment. And then we leave that as a trail, all the good stuff and all the bad stuff. And this is an indication with the Six of Cups here that there's a lot of love, and it's in the past, and it is like, it includes, some people would call it the energy of a soulmate. It's almost like the challenge is, let's just say, leaving behind a soulmate type energy, a soulmate type situation, in order to evolve and grow to the new good stuff, okay? But again, this is part of our evolution here, understanding that it's okay to have a history, it's okay to have a past. We don't have to carry it with us into the present. We all evolve and that we grow, and what happens is the things that we leave in past become stories, they become knowledge and wisdom. And you know, you can still have relationships with people from your past, you know, 30 years later, and it still has meaning and value, but it's not happening in the present moment. The challenge here is basically leaving the past behind, especially if there's a lot of love, or if there was a lot of love, or even if there is still a lot of love, but it's not appropriate for the present, because in the present moment, it's a whole different story. So what's the challenge here? Okay, It's like with the Queen of Pentacles here, I feel is this, it's almost like it's accepting your good fortune. I know that sounds strange, but some people are naturally fortuitous. They have a lot of good things in life, and they reach stages of evolution and growth. And then they realize, oh my God, there's still more. There's still more for me to learn. There's still more for me to have. And like, I thought I had it all already. In fact, I did have it already. And yet we're starting a whole new life all over again with a whole new energy. And it involves accepting the energy of this immense wealth. In other words, it's like you deserve this, Ed. If you are on the receiving end, abundance, it means you already have this inside of you. And it's okay to have that and be that way. The Queen of Pentacles energy is the energy of someone who carries almost like an overabundance of resources in ways that are actually very, very effective. It's almost, it's like the actual physical expressions of love, you know? Whereas you can have a million poems and then you decide that you discover that somebody is actually cheating. Where's the value in that? Whereas if you can come home at night to someone who really cherishes you and invests in you and your love, and you are investing in them and their love, and you are building love together like it's an actual entity, a physical substance, a physical structure. It may not have all the lovey-dovey fluffy stuff around it, but it's very substantial, and it's very beautiful, and it's very abundant, and it's very, very deserving. And you might be questioning yourself whether I really deserve it, but you do. You actually really, really do. You may be one of those people who actually really deserves all the good stuff that's coming to you. And it might not make much sense because you've already had so much. If that makes any sense. We deserve more because I've had so much already. But you do. You do, Ed. You're worth it. You've invested. There's already been a long legacy of love and history, and you're moving on to a whole new level. Okay, it's on a whole new level that you've never known or had before, and it might freak you out. It's real, and the important thing is to accept it. Live as if even if you're like shit scared of what's actually happening because it's so good. Conduct yourself as if like, oh well, I knew this was going to happen anyway. It's okay. You might be quaking about how much, you know, how good things could be. That's how I feel about this. Okay, Ed, there's a lot of, you know, it's just really good. It's just a good way to be. It's a good way to go with the Queen of Pentacles here. And there's no shame in having that abundance. There's no shame in having that much love. Okay, Ed? Because what's going to happen is then you get to share that with more people. It just, everything becomes amplified. It's almost like you can start one of these all over again, but on a whole new level, because you learned so much. You know so much about what it's like to have a real loving soulmate situation. But you're going on to a whole new level now, and that's going to work for you. That's going to have tremendous value for you and your whole like kingdom around you, your whole, not empire, but your world around you. Everyone's going to appreciate it, and it's going to have a kickback effect on you. All right, I hope you get something out of that reading, Ed. Hope I didn't touch any nerves or hurt your feelings or, you know, mess things up or confuse you. All right, let's move on. You know what I'm going to do? Guess what, people? Here is a surprise in case you didn't know already. I think Abby knows. Abby already knows. I just wanted to show this to you. Just stay there, everybody. Stay there. Don't go away. I'm going to put on a bit of music. Oh, I'm going to put a little song here. Stay there because I need a bit of a break. Taste your dreams. I'm going to put taste your dreams. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Stay there. Don't go away, people. Okay, here we go. This is a song called Taste Your Dreams. It's just a little song I wrote. Okay. If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish, you can have it right away. All you need is something, is the will. Ask for it, and it will come to you today. You're so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die happy. Taste your dreams. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Da 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 da. If you wish to be in a state of grace, ask for it, and it will meet you face to face. If you wish, if you dare to dream, you will find that it's easier than it seems. Hey, hey, I want you to feel so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die happy. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. I want you to be so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams today. Okay. If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish, you can have it right away. All you need is something, is the will. Ask for it, and it will come to you today. I want you to be so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah. I want you to live and die happy. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Da 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 If you wish to be in the state of grace, ask for it and it will meet you face to face. And if you wish, if you dare to dream, you will find that it's easier than it seems. Hey, hey, I want you to feel so happy. Yeah, yeah. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die now. Taste your dreams. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams. Taste your dreams this way. I want you to be so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, yeah. I want you to live and die loving. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Where's Danielle? Taste your dreams this way. Taste your dreams. All right. Phew. So, I just wanted to put that aside. Hold on. So let's get back to the show, people. It wasn't really a break. I was just having some beverages because I'm really thirsty. And I needed a bit of a timeout. I just wanted to show you the scarf. Yeah, I made this scarf. I went crazy. It took me months and months to make this thing. And they're very expensive. I hate to tell you that. They're just going to be very expensive because it's all satin, silk, luxury. And each one is handmade, hand-rolled hems, hand-stitched hems. And it's the same quality as a Hermes or Gucci in terms of the silk itself. It's premium, high-grade satin, okay? So that's what we're dealing with here. I tried all sorts of different ways to make the scarf so it could be more affordable, but it just didn't work. So I spent a lot of time in development, and it was extremely frustrating. And then I realized there's no way out. It's just going to be a very expensive scarf because there was no way out of it. And here's what we were thinking of doing, because I haven't really started they just got here. I've only got a very small number of them. And if they sell, I can't keep making them unless I sell them. So I have to sell I have to basically sell all of these so that I can get back into break even, so I can make a new batch to sell again and to make a profit. Because the whole idea of the scarves is, I mean, it sounds totally like upside down and crazy, but you see, I get really frustrated on Terra Lumination because at Terra Lumination, I provide a service, and it's great. I love doing the readings for you guys, and I love doing the private readings and all of that stuff and all the reports and everything, but you can't hold it in your hands. I mean, some of the clients own a private reading on a recorded thing, and that's cool, but I'm kind of a hands-on person, and I had this crazy idea about making this scarf. I don't know why I've got this thing about these scarves, but I decided I needed to do this. And I would sell the scarf, and it's going to be very expensive. and it's a real theme, and it's going to be the same price as other really expensive satin silk scarves. But here's the catch. In order to make it worth your while, because I know not everybody is loaded, I was thinking of maybe things like timeshare, or like a group. If some people live close to each other, they could share it like every 3 months or something, and then split the cost. Like somebody fronts the money, and then you get to share it between a few people, something like that. Or that was just one other idea. Another idea to make it attractive was that you get a free reading, like a full-on, freaking full-on reading, you know, not just the little 3 cards, but like you would get a private reading, which would normally cost like, you know, $45, something like that. It was just an idea. I don't know what people think. Maybe you could leave some comments, or, you know, let me know. Because the whole, I have to sell, I want to sell these so people have something in their hands and they can show off and say, I've got a Terra Lumination silk scarf. Thank you very much. Ha, ha, ha. And you don't. Ha, 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 ha. But the money goes to, you know, I'll take the profits, and that's going to go help towards the new computer system, because this thing is doing everything it can. And to get the computer systems that we need to do this stuff properly for the long term, for the next year or two, it's going to cost like close to $1,000. Well, actually a little bit more than that. And that's a lot of scarves. I have to sell quite a lot of scarves to do that. So anyway, that's kind of the idea. How did you know that, Angelica? How did you know that? Angelica, that's freaky. I just I just caught a glimpse of it on the screen. I was really, really scared of that. But now that we're talking about it, eventually I'm going to have to tell everybody. Basically, the price is, it's like, you know, laptops like Apple, iPhones. It's never going to go on sale. It's never going to be cheap. It's never going to go on auction. It's never going to go on, I'm not going to sell them on Amazon or eBay or Etsy or any of the art supply places. It's only available through the Terra Lumination website. So you would actually have to go. I'm going to make a big video about this eventually, and we're going to have a model. You can, if anybody wants to be a model, maybe we can figure that out somehow. Or maybe we can have multiple models, you know? So it's going to be on at you have to go to terralumination.com. Lumination.com. And there's going to be, I put up the page, it's already ready to go. And it's going to be, here is the actual price. It's $111.11. It's basically the frickin' go for it number, okay? That's it. So I need to sell as many as I can. I know it's a lot, but it's the same thing. You just go to the Terra Lumination site, and you go to the button, and you put in the money through the PayPal or an invoice, and then your address, and then I'll ship you the scarf. And then you can wear it as a bikini, use it as a handkerchief, put it around your head and look like you're from a 1960s classic movie and pretend you're Grace Kelly or something. Or you can, I don't know. People do all sorts of weird things with scarves. But I have kind of like a fetish for this thing. I don't know why. I'm just going to show it to you again. I tell you, I did a lot of homework, and I know there are some amazing artists out there who are some of the world's top custom private silk scarf makers, and most of them sell for like 140 to 240, okay? And some of them are, you know, double that. But I don't want to do that. I want them to be, I'm selling them for as little as I can, put it that way, okay? And here on the camera, it doesn't do justice to it. It's absolutely beautiful in sunlight and daylight. You can't really see it here. I was blown away when I finished them. I couldn't believe it. It's very hard to make them, but I did it. So there you go. That's the scarf story. All right, let's get back to the show, people. It's time for more readings. All right. Maybe it's a time. Yeah, Sandra, you're right. And somebody actually nailed it. Maybe it's because, I don't know. Anyway, it's $111.11. It's just like when you buy an iPhone. It's always expensive and it never goes on sale. And that's just how it is. It's because it takes a lot of work to make them. And right now, I can only afford to make 10. So I have a supply of 10 right now. And I basically need to sell all of them. And then I can make some more. Okay? I was trying to think of a way I could, like, you know, put a signature mark on, so each one is marked. Each one has a little special thing that I want to make for it, so everybody knows exactly which one it is. And I was going to take like a little Sharpie or something and put like a little number on the side. Like somebody's going to buy the first scarf, and that'll have a little mark on it. I think I'll put like a little fabric marker that says number 1 and then number 2. And I'll just keep going, and then everyone will know that they have a specific scarf. So it becomes a collectible. You know, after Lumination is dead and gone, you can sell it on eBay for $1 million. Okay? So that's cool. And then you can leave a legacy to your grandchildren. How about that? All right, let's do some more readings, people. Let's do some more readings. Hey, thanks for the support. Heather Mocha, limited edition. Yeah, Heather, that's a great idea. I mean, I might make up to like maybe 100. It would be cool if I could sell 100 of those scarves. Oh my God. Oh my God, that would be awesome. And then that's it. No more ever again. It kind of goes into history. Wow. That's a brilliant idea, Heather. Wow. It's what? It's what? It's called. Yeah, maybe some. I don't know. I don't know. I only just got them the other day. I'm so freaking excited. So anyway, let's do some readings. I'm just going to start cherry picking. Okay, I'm just going to do totally random, whatever grabs my eye for whatever reason. Who's here? Let's have a look. Well, basically, people are screaming now. Okay, this is the point in the evening. Like, you know, like pretend we're out. It's like, you know, like some neighborhoods, you have those like Friday night food truck things, extravaganzas in the neighborhood. I don't know if you have those in your area, folks, but near where I live, like every month or every Friday, they have this crazy thing where all these like pop-up food trucks show up, and it turns into like a zoo. Thousands of people show up from all over town, and they park up and they try to get in the neighborhood, and they line up with all these crazy trucks, and they eat all this food standing up. I don't get it. I like to sit down when I have a meal. But anyway, it's like the end of the night sort of thing, like where it's just like I've given up trying to do anything in an orderly way. And I'm sitting inside my little food truck trying to give readings, and it's almost like whoever screams the loudest gets the next reading. Okay, Danielle, you've been screaming very loudly, so we're going to give Danielle a reading. Let's find Danielle's name. Look at this, Danielle. You were probably the last one in the room, and you're going to get a reading. So you're obviously very good at pushing yourself right into the front of the line. That's very, very awesome. Danielle, you're up. Danielle has managed to put herself in the front of the line by screaming very loudly. And I fell for it. Oh, Sandra, genius. You're right. You're right. That gives us a chance to have more readings. So, oh, yeah, I get it. Maybe I could just do like a one-card tarot. And one, oh, yeah, hold on. We've done something similar before, I remember. Let me just do Danielle first, regular style. Just for fun. And then we'll close it out. We'll close it out. Oh, God, this is never going to end, is it? I really kind of set myself up here. Eric. Hold on. Hold on. Genius. Favorite, you're a genius. We picked a subject. You can tell whatever subject you want. And okay, one card. Okay, hold on. All right, Danielle, let's just do it this way. We're going to start with Danielle, and we're just going to do a one-card reading. Oh my God, this is freaky. And maybe Trish, okay. I've never seen this before. Trish has just, looks like you've just put $5 in the pot to get a reading. So you just butted yourself in front of the line. Danielle, you're going to get your reading, but excuse me, Trish is grab your ice cream. Because Trish, all right, we'll do it this way. Trish, I'm going to read for you. And then I'm going to read for Danielle. And we're just going to do a one-card quickie and the Romance Angels, the unforgettable, irreplaceable Romance Angels. Now, we're going to keep it loose and wild here. We're going to do it loose and wild. And we're just going to pull one card of each. And I'm going to read Trish, you're up. You're the first one. I've never done this before in this way, so thank you, Trish. I really appreciate it. It's all going towards the new computer fund. Yeah, you just go to the website and email me, however you want to do that. All right, let's have a look. So Trish, we're just going to pull it. I'm going to pull a card randomly. I'm just going to pull it out, and it's going to be your card. And I see it. It's right here. This is your card. It can be whatever subject you want. And then we're going to pull a love card here. And you're going to have to trust me to pull the right card for you. And then we're just going to read from that. And that's it. That's your card. We're going to put it like this. And we're going to put it all over here. Clear the decks. Got to make room, people. Got to make room. Okay, Trish, you're up. It's a one-card reading. Sometimes they're very powerful. I actually do these for myself sometimes. Wouldn't you know? Oddly enough, I hardly ever read for myself because I'm not very good at it, honestly. Here's the situation. Bam! Oh, wow, Trish. Oh my God. Let's just say you're kind of like, it's almost like being at a fairground right now where, like, it doesn't matter whatever happened to you in the past. It has absolutely no matter what's happening to you in the future. The only thing that counts is right now, where you are like totally immersed in being like the ultimate Trish, whatever it takes, doing whatever you take, doing it, whatever you do, however you do it, to be the ultimate Trish in such a way that you fully grasp the understanding that all the forces of the universe, all the energy of the planets is working for your benefit. all the time. And you're just one of the lucky people who understands that. And there's no shame about it. You're just one of those people here in this moment. It's just like, if you think of the surfing situation, even if you're not an expert surfer, and I'm not, I've done a bit of body surfing, but I've had so many like near-death accidents, some of them at sea, that I'm a little bit scared to get in the water now. But this is an indication here. What I'm feeling, Trish, is that if we use the surfing analogy, you're just one of those lucky people who managed to find the right wave at the right time, at the right place, where you can just hop on it, get up there, and now you are riding it. And you're going to ride it through the eclipses, and you're going to take full advantage of it and make the best of it. Others will be able to learn a lot from you simply by observation, simply by witnessing Trish living her life. So that's pretty cool. Now, let's pull this little love card, see what this indicates. Children. Your love life is being affected by children. True or not in terms of physical people, but children, from my perspective here at Tarot Lumination, children includes creative output. It's very much Leo energy. Leo energy is very much about children and livelihood and creativity, procreation, self-expression, the ability to let the inner child just bust out and live life in that completely shameless way that children do. It's totally beautiful. And if they talk about, let's just read it just to see what it says. Because I'm seeing this as a broad picture. It says here, the romance angels sent you this card because children are a significant factor in your love life. Either you want them or your partner, either you want them, or you or your partner have kids who are influencing your love life. This is a factor to consider when you desire to improve your romantic future. Now, I'd like to take this beyond the understanding of physical children into ambition. They like to procreate new beginnings, new dreams, new ambitions, new forms of self-expression, which are a very important factor now in your life. And it says here, affecting your love life. The angels honor and support all expressions of love, and they are willing and able to help you with any issues concerning children, your children, other children. And this card can signify that your or your partner's inner child is affecting your relationship. Okay, so that's more what I was feeling here. This may mean there's a need for playfulness or a lighthearted spirit, or it could signal that it's time to heal a childhood emotional wound. Your inner child and children in general is supportive of healing work, especially when its intention is to bring in more love. It's amazing what children do in your life. It's just mind-boggling. Having children, raising children, it's mind-boggling. All right, so, Trish, I hope you got something out of that. We're going to move on quickly now. We're going to try and get a whole pile of other readings in here before the night is over, because it's starting to get very late, people. Hi, Sandra, I see that. Let me see. Hold on, did I miss other people? Well, it's what? It says blue, and then it says... Hold on, Sandra, stay there, Sandra. It's something, I'm getting confused. Oh my God, what the fuck? Hold on, everybody, wait a minute. I'm only just seeing this. Hold on, oh God. Eric, 333. I've never done this before. Thank you, Trish. What have you done? Danielle, I'm gonna do you anyway, okay? Of course, tarot style. Wait a minute, I gotta see this. Eric? Oh, jeez. You've totally freaked me out, people. I've never seen this before. Eric. Okay, cool. And I saw another one. Hold on. What's going on here? Rachel. Oh, gosh. I gotta read from Rachel. Slow down, people. I might not have. Oh my God. Oh, fuck, this is amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are blowing me away. Well, okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to have to do it kind of, I don't know how to do this. How about, I need to make a little bit more room here so I can, so we're going to do Danielle, and then Eric, and Rachel, and then Sandra. Wow, I don't know if you can see all those. Whew. Whoa. Whoa, shit, man. I don't have enough room here. I'm going to have to do it kind of like, how am I going to do this? I'll do it like, I'll squash it right up here to the top. Danielle, Eric, my God. This is a first for Char Illumination, people. I think it's something to do with the full moon coming. Was it you, son? Who started that? Trish, it was you. Oh, God, Trish. Oh my God. It looks like Camille is screaming out. Oh, sorry, I misspelled it, Rachel. Sorry. Okay. Oh my God. Don't put, honestly, I'm telling you folks, don't put any more money in the pot because I'm going to burn out soon. And I don't want to like, you know, say that I'm going to give you a reading when I can't. Okay. All right. Sorry. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Never did this before. Never did this before. Oh my God. Danielle, you're up. I'm going to pull one card here from the deck, and I'm just going to read it for you, and then we're going to pull one romance angel. This is your card. I'm going to pull it out sideways. It's this card here. It's funny how I feel so convinced about what card it is. Please don't ask me to explain how or why. Oh my God, this is so exciting. This is so much fun. Oh my God. I already see your card. There we go. All right. All right, so hang on. Okay, let's do this. I'm kind of freaked out here by all this like new energy. Whew. All right, here we go. This is for you, Danielle, okay? So you go over here, okay? We're gonna move Eric up, Rachel out, and Sandra up. Okay, here we go. Sorry, it came out upside down. Maybe the whole deck was shuffled upside down. Yes, I did, sorry. All right. So, Danielle, with a little temperance card here. It's actually a very big deal, this card. It's a very beautiful, beautiful, sublime energy that a lot of times, and like the massive amounts of like skills, ability, history, power, angelic support that goes into living this card. The card of temperance is about like it's at the soul level. So Danielle, let's look at the shadow side first. It might be that you're deeply struggling with holding balance in your life, in your world, okay? Where, let's say the shadow side of Danielle is prevailing and you would like to get things back in harmony where the light side. Now, oftentimes this happens like in a relationship reading where people are struggling to find balance and harmony in the relationship so that everything poised. But if you know that analogy of the, we did this before in other readings where big, I think it's Pilates or something that women do, and you have to stand up on top of the, and you have to like be able to support yourself, It's actually extremely hard to do that. Sometimes you can get help to get people to lift you up there. And let's put your wings on there, okay? So there you are. There you are. And then you hold that poise, hold that balance, okay, here. Once you find that point of balance, it's an absolutely magical feeling, and you never ever forget what it feels like. And it's like, oh, that's how I want to live. And then you realize it's actually a lot of work. It usually involves a lot of going deep into the soul to find out what is not working, and then having to fix that and heal that. So this card is also very much to do with healing. So on the light side, on the positive side, it can indicate that perhaps in very, very subtle ways, Danielle, healing energy that is starting to arrive in your life because you might need it. And let's just say the angels spotted that and they realized that. But you also have to understand, Danielle, that even though you might be surrounded by angelic presence right now, it's not very effective unless you accept it or you become aware of it and you invite it in. Sometimes when we have very tragic situations or events that seem impossible to understand, like how did you survive a massive car crash or something like that, and you come out without a bruise. I'm talking about that kind of energy here. That's the amount of power and energy that the angels carry with them at the moment, because you might need a lot of angelic support. It also can indicate that in your life and you're doing a very good job of maintaining the harmony and balance once you have accepted and received that angelic support. But the thing is, then once you have evolved to that level of harmony and balance, it's almost like you now have an obligation to maintain that level. And it never ever stops. In other words, the more and more highly evolved you become, the more and more you grow on your path of evolution, the more and more there is pressure to never go back down. So the actual challenge becomes harder and harder. You would think like, oh, now I'm so evolved, I can do whatever I want. But in fact, it's kind of the other way. Sometimes people who are highly evolved spiritually have incredibly challenging lives, and because that's their personal experience. That's what they had to endure in order to understand and come to this degree of harmony and balance, by understanding what it's like to live disharmony. And then when they find the solution inside themselves and they own that in their body, they can now conduct themselves in this world, in this physical life, with that much harmony and angelic balance as a healer themselves, because they've been through all that shit. All right, let's have a look. What's going on with this little card? Codependency. Okay. Now, I wasn't going to link these, but I feel that these cards are linked. I feel that it might be that your sense of harmony and balance is at risk because of this codependency thing here. And it might be a codependency, like it says here, addictions are affecting romantic life. And it could be very, very subtle forms of addiction. Like some people are very addicted to compassion. Some people are compulsively compassionate, and they love to rescue and rescue and rescue, and they feel like they don't have any purpose or meaning in life unless they're going around and saving other people. And that's not actually always necessarily very healthy, although it can make you feel like you're a saint. Because then sometimes it can backfire when you get to the point where you realize, wait a minute, after doing that for so long, you're just depleted and everyone's taking full advantage of that. That's not healthy. And it could be also something very simple here. Let's just read it. It says codependency, but sometimes people become literally addicted to each other, where they can't function without each other. That's a problem. It's very, very important to be able to sustain your own harmony and your own balance in order to have a healthy, happy relationship. And you need to be with someone like a peer who has also their own ability to maintain their own integrity and balance, so that you are relating peer to peer as opposed to codependent to codependent. Okay, anyway, I'll read from the book. This card answers your question in perhaps a surprising way, because addictions are the culprit behind the issues you're attempting to resolve. This card could be your own craving for a substance or an unhealthful behavior, or it could be that your partner's addictions or unhealthy behaviors are impacting your love life. Also an indicator of childhood experience in an addictive family that could be affecting your life experiencing now as an adult. Addictions numb the heart to pain, but they also diminish the heart's capacity to love, okay? Since love is the basis of your romantic partnership, addictions become a barrier to moving forward emotional intimacy. This is especially true if you are twisting yourself into knots to please another person whose codependency has lessened his or her capacity for happiness. You might want to go out and rescue somebody like that. That no-win situation will negatively affect your self-esteem and your own happiness if you continue. Fortunately, lots of support is available worldwide from 12-step programs. Whether it's you or your romantic partner who has the challenging problems here, you can find groups near you, like Lumination Sunday Night Live, or through the internet searches, or by contacting a local community health center. Well, Danielle, right place at the right time with the right people to deal with this stuff. And we're going to figure out some way to do that, maybe in a group setting, some way down the road where you can feel like a place where you can tell your story or confess your situation, and you'll get a lot of support from other people who do the same things, okay? All right, Danielle, I hope that helped. Wow. Did we just do that? Okay, so Eric, you're up. I hope I didn't miss someone else. All right, let's have a look. Eric, you're up. And then it's Rachel, and then it's Sandra. All right, here we go. Christina is back. Christina is screaming very loud, I want a reading. Oh, hi, Danielle. I just saw on the screen, like, wow, thank you. Cool. I'm glad you got something out of it. Who's that? Who's that? Christina. All right, let's just put, we're at that point in the evening. He who screams loudest. Christina. I'm not sure if I've got many left inside of me. I think I'm going to be done after this. I'll call it quits after that because I'm getting kind of wiped out, I got to tell you. One, two, three, four. We got 4 to go, people. Hang in. I know it's late. A lot of you probably have to go because you've got to get up tomorrow morning. It's already very late Sunday night. I'm really wiped out, but we're going to do 4 more. That's all I can handle. We're going to do this next week, okay, people? So, like I know there's going to be more people who want more readings, but I gotta, I need rest and I need sleep too. So we're just going to do this. I'm going to do this really quickly, okay? I get sometimes really carried away with readings and I can't help myself. Eric, I'm just going to pull a card for you. No, I already saw it. It was way up here. It was way up here. There's a lot of people who deserve readings right now, and I can't. It's very hard for me to like pick and choose in that sense. So I'm just, it's just trying to be as fair as I can. I'm not getting it here. Oh, it is. It's in there. All right. Eric, what's going on? Bam! Oh, wow. Okay, Eric. With the Eight of Wands here, it's like I have a feeling you've got something on your mind, and you really need to just get out there and freaking do it. Okay, you really, really need to express yourself. If you're holding this energy back, it's not healthy. This is a card of very vivid, and it could be in terms of your passions, your desires, whatever inspires you. It could be to do with love. It could be anything like that. You might have a lot to offer. You might have a lot that you desire. You might have a lot that you deserve. But none of it happens unless you kind of like get in there and get in the flow with the expression of it all, okay? I'm going to move very quickly. Coming at you too, okay? You might be on the receiving end of something. Let's have a look. We're going to pull this card now. Healing old family issues. Your love life benefits as you forgive your parents. I don't know what's going on here deep down, but it could be beyond just family. I'm just saying family in terms of your tribe. You might have, you know how like as we evolve and we grow, we start to realize that we have deeply buried behaviors and life expectations and circumstances that it's almost like you really can't escape them. You feel like you're trapped by circumstance, especially if it's like a family issue. All of us carry family heritage, and all of us are challenged to grow and evolve and become our true selves. Sometimes becoming our true selves involves deep intimacy with our families at the core. A lot of people are born and lived and died and raised within 100 miles of where they're born, and that's just it. Statistically, that's just about it. Even in the United States and Western Europe, where people travel a lot. But some people need to move farther afield. It might be, Eric, that you have a lot to express that needs to be expressed in regard to healing, especially if it's like it says healing family issues here. Maybe it's time to get to the table or to call somebody out. Okay? I don't know if you're a parent or whether you're dealing with your parents or you're a parent dealing with a child or something like that. But either way, with this card, it's like, you know what they say, like when people get married or they start living together and sleeping together, whatever unresolved issues that you carry that linger between your parents, you know, whether you're adopted or however it works out, however that works out, the people who made you and raised you until you were, you know, out of the nest, so to speak, anything inside of that early childhood relationship that is deeply wounded and still unresolved, you carry that into your current life relationships, and they are literally sleeping in that bed with you. And eventually those issues will come up one way or another in terms of experience or some kind of unresolved drama. So in other words, the more and more that you can heal and evolve and grow between yourself and your birth family, the happier you will be as an adult in adult relationships. okay? And you'll have a much better chance of expressing yourself in a healthy way, like being freed of burdens. Now, when you deal with these burdens, and if there involves in something, there's a lot of tragedy or abuse or trauma or something like that, it can be very hard to resolve. And the healthy thing, of course, is eventually to come to terms in forgiveness. Forgiveness does not mean that they're off the hook or that you're condoning what they did. All it means, you say, thank you very much. I understand. I had to learn some lessons. I'm sorry that I was hard to raise. I'm sorry that we had such conflicts, blah, blah, blah. I forgive you. I need to move on and have my life. Thank you very much. And then you put it in the history books. All right? I'm not going to read the book because that's just going to take more time, Eric. I hope that helped you. I really do. And we're going to move on. Now we're going to go to Rachel. Okay? Rachel, you're up. Doopy-doopy-doo. Now, if anyone else can get anything out of a reading here that is pertinent to someone else, freaking go for it. You know, make the most of it. Remarkably parallel situations at times. It's amazing what happens, you know. All right, here we go. All right, Rachel. I never normally do that, but I'm going to do it this time, just because this little card said, pick me. I wouldn't normally ever do that. I'm usually very strict about how I do these cards, okay? And I'm going to pull this one here. All right. Rachel, what's the situation? The moon. Okay, don't be scared. All right, we're coming up to a major eclipse. It's a very important eclipse on Monday night. I don't know if you've ever actually witnessed a full-blown lunar eclipse. It is freaking mind-boggling. There's a reason why people are freaked out by eclipses. Believe me, if you've ever witnessed one in real life, it is mind-boggling. And it's quite different for the new moon. Well, it's the new moon. You typically don't see anything. But with a full moon eclipse, it's really quite something. And this is very much to do with the eclipse energy coming right now. So Rachel, right now, if you're feeling like spooked or scared about things that are happening in your life, it would make perfect sense. The whole point, what happens with the energy of eclipses is it tends to bring up all the shadow energy, all the shadow aspects that need to be revealed in order for healing. And if we go back to, hold on, see this little chart? This is happening right now tonight. This is a chart indicator of the full moon eclipse tomorrow night. Lo and behold, at exactly the same time as this, well, it's actually happening here tonight right now. We're building up to the eclipse tomorrow, but tonight right now we have these two yods, these two fingers of God. And this one here is very, very specifically on to deal with the very deepest parts of wounding in our selves, our deepest shadow selves, our deepest, deepest varied forms of self-destructive behavior, self-defeating attitudes, relationships, jobs, families, friends, situations that need to be exposed and revealed, that can only be really exposed by the shocking realizations that can happen during a full moon eclipse. And then it needs to be accepted and acknowledged and understood, because there's another beautiful finger of God yod over here that's telling you, take full awareness of all your wounds and fears and shadows and sufferings, and understand that there's a purpose and that you can learn from this and you can heal by revealing the shadow side and then applying the healing power of love. And that's going to help you to evolve and grow to your full Rachel Mark II, which is the whole idea of the Leo North Node eclipse, to get everybody to start evolving into their shiniest, brightest selves and stop giving away their power to to the masses, so to speak, or to the community at the expense of self. It's no longer appropriate. It'll come around again, but for right now, it's very, very important for you, Rachel. In other words, be very, very brave, accept what is coming to you in terms of your awakenings that happen on this eclipse, and understand that there's a reason and a purpose, and it can be quite revealing. And it's supposed to be. Let's have a look. Keep an open mind. Now, this is a love and romance card, okay? So it's like it says here, your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. Now, I see that in readings, okay, Rachel? So you might be a little bit, I don't know, scared of what's going on in your subconscious. You might not know exactly what's happening, but that's okay, because all of us go through that at some point. I mean, what's the point of being born if you already knew exactly what was going to happen to you in the future every day of the week? You know, I mean, it's stupid. It's like having a spoiler for a movie. It ruins the whole freaking movie if you already knew what the freaking end was. So here, sorry, keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. I am going to read a little bit from the book. Well, actually, no, I'm not, but I think you know deep down what this is. I don't know if these two cards are connected for you, Rachel, but maybe you do. But if you're in a situation where you're confused, lost, kind of dazed, perplexed, scared about what's actually happening to you, especially your deepest feelings about whatever it is, love, romance, yourself, your true self, when you look at yourself in the mirror, whatever that is that's spooking you, if it's something to do with a love relationship, if these two are connected, it's an indication that in order to make the best of these eclipse energies, it says your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectation. In other words, if somebody is like arriving in your life that doesn't make any sense to you, but they're there anyway, that might be very, very much to do with this eclipse energy, which is really about like shaking things up, rattling things up a little bit to like wake you up. This is a very strong energy of awakening here, because this full moon is ruled by Uranus. It's going through full moon in Aquarius. So by definition, it can be shocking and weird and awakening and disruptive. Okay, so it's saying to allow for expected and understand that there's a reason that it's happening. Okay, Rachel? I hope you get something out of that. I don't want to read any more. I'm just going to leave it at that for you. These are just very short readings, okay? Because I'm trying to give everybody a chance. Sandra, you're next. Okay. Sandra, you are up. And then it's Christina. I'm going to put this back over here. No, I'm going to put these over here now because we have a bit of space. I'm just going to do that. I'll shuffle those in a minute. I'm going to quickly shuffle these. I mean, I could pull from this deck right now, but I don't think it's fair. So I shuffle anyway. Okay, well, listen. Thank you, Christina, because actually I am wiped out. Go to tarotlumination.com and write in there and remind me. Send me an email or something to remind me that I owe you a reading. Okay? Thank you. I'll leave it on the little pile here because I have a little pile of Post-it notes. Okay, I'm going to put that aside. So I'll see it next week. All right? So Sandra, here we go. Actually, cards were just shuffled. We're going to make this the last reading, okay, people? Because I need a break, honestly. Now, I'm turning it into a big deal here, but I'm just going to pull the top card, sorry. All right, there we go. I'm setting the cards aside here. And I'm going to do a quick shuffle again for Sandra here. Now, Sandra, you probably figured out I can go totally crazy on a reading, and the story might not make any sense to you at all, but it might be totally resonant with someone else. So I hope you understand that and allow for that. Okay, because that happens quite a lot here on this show. And I have to allow for it because I've witnessed it, and it seems to happen. This time I'm simply going to pull the top card, just like I did here. You were a witness, you saw me shuffle. Sandra, what's going on? Wow, okay. Six of Wands here, the victory card, the feeling awesome card. And it can be fairly transient, or this could have been building up for a long time. It could mean you feel like, I'm at a point now where actually I feel pretty damn good. There are certain things that are happening in my life which, when I look around, it's almost like there's Sandra. You're just living your life, and then suddenly you realize, wait a minute, I'm actually pretty cool. I'm pretty cool at this, 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 and this, and this. I have that, that, and that, that. I've loved this, I've loved that. I've received this love, I've given this love. And it's actually starting to become noticeable. I, Sandra, I am on the appreciation end of, let's say, I don't want to say a relationship dynamic because I'm really just trying to focus on your own energy, Sandra. But this could indicate that somewhere, somebody somewhere around you, or maybe multiple people around you, are actually like applauding you. It's just almost like, you know what? You know what, Sandra? It's like that slow clap thing when you didn't even know you were being awesome, and you kind of look around and you wait, and everybody is looking at you, and they kind of go, and they don't know what to make of you. And you're looking at them, and then you're going like, well, what are you guys doing? And then somebody looks at you straight in the eye and goes like this. And that sets off a chain reaction. And then someone else does it. And then someone else does it, and someone else does it. And soon the whole room is clapping because they get you. And they decided that we need to let Sandra know that she's freaking awesome. Because she might have forgotten for a moment. Okay? And so it's one of those moments where you could be totally caught off guard. It's almost like a weepy moment. Like, oh my God, like, I didn't know you guys loved me so much. I didn't know you guys appreciated me so much. And they say, yes, we do. And that makes you feel pretty effing awesome. Even if it's just here tonight, because you sparked something truly awesome here tonight, Sandra. And everybody appreciates it. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Sandra, for just doing what you did. You triggered something. It was totally blew me away. I didn't even know about that stuff. Personally, now I want to applaud you like this. And I have a feeling it will simply trigger the same in others, because everybody suddenly understood the shift and the change. It was a chain reaction. There was Eric and the others and Trish, and you came on board, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool jumping in, making that cool stuff happen. So I thank you. All right. You see, Sandra, you see what's happening? Everybody else gets it too. You triggered something here, Sandra, tonight. I really felt it. So I thank you. Tarot Lumination, I thank you. But look. Love yourself first. Okay, this is like the Tarot Lumination card. This is a really cool way to wrap out the night, Sandra. Damn, it's like awesome way to wrap it out. Look at that. Your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. I am almost shaking here right now, Sandra, because I'm feeling it so much. It's almost like, to me, I feel like you're a star right now. I feel like I've just learned so much just about what happened here tonight because of your behavior, your actions, your decisions. And you might not have known that you were this awesome. But now tonight, it is official. It is official. You are that awesome. And now you have to conduct yourself with that level of awesomeness forevermore. There's no going back. It's you on the spot, where now you are being called out in the old traditional Terra Illumination way. Love yourself first, because you might have been just fine the way you were. But now tonight, it's a realization that there's a whole other new plateau in front of you. Okay? And you're going to rise up to that, and you're going to live by example. Okay? Here's what I'm suggesting. You want to go back to this. You, Sandra, are a living example of the evolutionary pressure for all of us to evolve to this higher level of self-love. And you are a living example of it right now. Okay? And I'm going to distill it even more back to the other picture. Where was that one? I had it somewhere. I just wanted to re-emphasize that particular point. I know this is a weird way to express it, but this reading for you, Sandra, is very, very much a reflection of what's happening in the heavens right now. Forget all the crap, all the other stuff. You're just tuning into all the good stuff, and it's coming to precise focus. All the Aquarian parts where people give all their love away for the benefit of the group and the community, which is beautiful. It's very, very noble. But it's like we've been there, we've done that, it's over now. It is time now to take all your natural benevolent gifts and bring them forward and treat yourself. Okay? And do it in a way that shows us and the rest of us how to do that. Because we're all looking at you now. We're looking at you to set the example. Because you've already set the example, but you didn't even know it. You just did it, and we're applauding you. And now you are challenged to take it to the next level. Jeez. Wow. Wow, Sandra. Wow. We're going to put the cards away, folks. I'm shot. I'm done for the night. I'm just going to put on a little bit of music and hang out with you guys. All right. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put the date on here. I'm going to post a note with the date for the show. It's too late now. I'm sorry, everybody. No, I'm going to just do it. Now, so it's official. It is Sunday, August 6th, 2017. So there you go. It's official. It's the end of the show. And there we go. And I'm going to put on a little song. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback for this song, people. I really like it. I was very, very lucky to be inspired to write this. And it's a very personal, private story. Christina, by the way, here is your post-it note for next time. I'm going to put that here because Christina's up for next time. I'm going to put this little song here, and we're going to have some fun. And it's going to be called Through the Ether. And I know that you guys know what that means. Through the ether. Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones. exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me, and you tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me that we're okay, and it's gonna be okay. But you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me, that we're okay, everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. A little beverage. I'll be right back. And I think you know what I'm talking about. Through the ether. Laying up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me, then you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me that we're okay, everything's gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me, and you assure me, that we're okay, everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. I'm sorry I couldn't read for everybody. I just wanted to put an official thank you for all your love and support. I'm doing everything I can to grow the channel so we can have better service here for you guys. More stuff and better service. Okay, I'm going to put the lyrics up here.
In our season of forest, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like your lovers. And you comfort me, and you tell me.
Hey Trish, one day we'll get you a reading, okay?
And you assure me through the earth, and we're okay.
Seriously, I'm serious.
You're holding my hand,
Thanks, Jimmy.
holding my hand.
Thanks, all of you. Thanks, Miriam. Thanks, Christina. Thanks, favorite. I owe you one. I need to give you a reading.
Our innocence is becoming so apparent.
Yeah, Trish, if you want to get a scarf, you just go to the tarotlumination.com website.
With your permission.
Hey, Websy, Websy, you missed the show. Where were you? I saw your videos. Oh.
You comfort me, and you tell me
I can tell that you're worried about me. You assure me
that we're okay. Everything is gonna be okay. That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way.
Hey, hey, everybody. I wanted to say thank you again. Thank you so much for showing up. It was a really fun show tonight. A lot of cool stuff happened that we never did before. And some of you came up with some really cool ideas. It's like I can't keep up, honestly, with what needs to be done and how to do it. I'm still very deeply immersed in the technology and the equipment just to be able to do the show. And I'm going to keep the channel going for the long term, because it's really only going to become effective once we've gone past the 10, 20, 30,000 subscriber level. So it's going to be a long, slow hike to get to that level. But once we're there, then there's a whole other bunch of stuff that we can start to do. It might take months, it might take a year or so, I don't know. So I'm just going to keep going. And there's some really cool stuff that we're planning. I'm getting a lot of help and support kind of behind the scenes to get this to happen. And I think it'll be good for everybody, okay? It's not really your typical tarot channel, as you probably figured out. The real thing behind Tarot Illumination is it's very, very much about healing. The healing power of love, and how to propagate this as a real life living force, because it really, really is that way. I don't want to go into my personal life about this, but the reason I'm motivated to do this is because of my own experiences. And now I feel I have an obligation to propagate this energy in the way that I can, because I can't do healing in the traditional ways. I mean, I've explored all of it, and I've had training in this and that, but it never felt appropriate. And as strange as it sounds, Tarot Illumination is the avenue through which this is starting to happen. And it's going to move into something more complex and richer and fuller, more to do with the energy of love and healing. And that's to do with the little book that I wrote, which will eventually come out. If we sell enough scarves, then we can get the book to come out. Oh yeah, and about those scarves, if anyone's interested, I was going to do a promotional video. I'd love to get a model out there who can actually model this. Normally, I don't go on camera, as you know, but I think it would be kind of fun to have a woman or several women to model this and do little different versions of it for different walks of life, things like that. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you all. I really love you guys and the support. And Websy in particular, I just wanted to say tonight, I haven't had a chance to reply, but I saw your cool little stories. Websy tells stories, people. All right, just so that you know, she's a storyteller. So eventually, maybe Websy will tell us some stories, or we'll figure a way out, something like that. Okay. Favorite? Are you pulling cards on me, favorite? Oh, funny. Hey, Mona, did you just arrive? Oh, yeah. God, there's still 20 people here. What am I supposed to do now? The show's over. God. What is a flower therapy oracle card? You know? Okay, just do it. Okay, favorite, just do it. I'll take it. If you've fell 2 cards out for me, just take it. If you can write something in there in a few lines, I'll get it. I need readings too sometimes. Thank you. Two fell out for you. I didn't know that. Well, there are some very cool people. Some of the people who go here are readers, you know? Yeah, I gotta call it quits, people. I'm really wiped out. Really wiped out. Okay. Oh, there's what I want to see. What she says. Trust. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Stay there. I want to see that. Favorite darkness. Pull some cards for me. It says, you got these 2 cards. Trust. It's a carnation. You can trust the people around you. They are earth angels sent to give you the guidance you seek. That's you guys, people. You are the earth angels, and you're giving me the guidance that I need and that I seek. That's what's going on here, for sure. Wow. Wow, that's cool. Thank you, favorite. Oh, another one. Okay, card 2. Balance, work, rest, and play. Okay, it says, yellow rose. It says, it's important for you to have fun along with fulfilling your responsibilities. Okay, because I am a bit of a workaholic, honestly. And it helps me to stop worrying about things. I have a lot of reasons to worry about a lot of things. And so Tarot Illumination is very therapeutic for me, because if I didn't do Tarot Illumination, oh my God, I don't know how I would survive, honestly. So I get it. And honestly, I do deserve some of the things that you were talking about, some more fun. I'm absolutely exhausted, but it's almost like I don't care because I'm a workaholic. It's almost like I get off on that. I know it sounds stupid. It's like being a junkie. I'm serious. It's just literally the same as being a junkie. I want to say thank you. I'm going to cheers and toast to you all. The reason I can speak with authority about some of these things to do with junkies and stuff, because I've had to deal with it face to face. And I might write another book about that stuff too. There's so many books inside of me that need to be written. It's just a question of time and energy. What I'm trying to do is grow the Tarot Illumination channel to a point where it's fully self-sustaining and it no longer has to operate as a charity operation. And that will give me, like what Favorite Darkness was saying, the chance to have, like, because you guys are incredibly important in terms of keeping this thing going. I really feed off your energy. I really, really do. I feed off it it's like very rich nutrient-rich food. So it keeps me inspired to want to keep going. And I am working very hard, probably too hard, to make this happen. But there's a reason, and it's worth it for the long term. And I do deserve to have fun, and I am planning to have fun. And I think it might be in a few months from now. And I'd like to share more time with someone very special in my life. But it takes time for this to happen. So it's kind of a work in progress. And that's fun. That would be my ultimate fun. Time with this, my very special someone. Okay? So I'm going to put this other song again. Hey, favorite, if you want to just hang out for a while and read for people, you're welcome. I'll just keep the screen open for a bit. I'll play some music so you can hear some music in the background and you can do all your reading and chat on the side, okay?
Through the ether. Playing up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring one another, pushing our boundaries like new lovers. And you comfort me and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me through the ether that we're okay, everything's gonna be okay. But you're holding my hand all the way.
I'll just leave it here.
Our innocence is becoming so apparent in our magnificence at the same time too. With your permission and our shared ambition, get the chance to discover our truth. And you comfort me through the ether, and you tell me, I can tell that you're worried about me. And you assure me through the ether that we're okay.
Everything's gonna be okay.
That you're holding my hand all the way. That you're holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Holding my hand all the way. Through the ether. Playing up and around in our mountains, in our seas and our forests, with all of our stones, exploring.
Oh, I see Sandra. I get it. Loves the word. I get it. I'm going to do that. Thank you, Sandra. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'm going to do that. Do that right now. You can even dance to this one, people. Come alive before the sun does rise. When the sun does rise, I reach out for the skies. Holding my hands to welcome the day. When the sun's rising on my mind, and the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking up the poisons, making me whole. Here's the earth diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe I always give her. Resonating inside us, love is the word. Moving through the day, they know answers to eyes. Giving thanks to heaven that I'm still alive. Blessing my enemies, blessing the ones I love. Bringing more forgiveness from the damages I have. Feel the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking up the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe are only heard. Resonating inside us, love is the word. Now day is gone, and moon is on the rise. Our trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the love as I reach up for the skies. I can handle fear and shadows be gone before my eyes. Healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking up the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by changing the word. The sounds of the universe are all will be heard. Resonating inside us, God is the word. Healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking up the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by changing the word. The sounds of the universe are all will be heard. Resonate inside us, love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the word. I become alive before the sun does rise. When the sun does rise, I reach out for the skies. Opening my hands to welcome the day. Keep the sun's rays on my head. Healing vibrations right through my soul, shaking up the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sound of the universe I always did heard. Words are inside us, love is the word. Moving through the day, pray no accidents arise. Giving thanks to heaven that I'm still alive. Blessing my enemies, blessing those I love. Praying for forgiveness from the damages I found. Healing vibrations right through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe I already heard. Resonating inside us. Love is the word. Now it is done, the moon's on the rise. The trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the love as I reach up for the skies. I command all human shadows be gone before my eyes. Love and healing vibrations right through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe I already heard. Inside us, love is the word. Healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the Love is the word. I'm just going to sit here and hold the space for you guys. It seems like you're having a lot of fun reading for yourselves and each other. So I'm just gonna keep the space open for you, okay?
Something's right. When the sun is rise, I reach out for the skies. Opening my hands to hunger the day. Gathering the sun's rays on my way. Healing vibrations rattle through my soul. Shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting away. The sounds of the universe I always hear. Resonate inside us.
Love is the word.
Ain't no accidents in lives. Giving thanks to heaven that I'm still alive. Blessing my enemies, blessing those I love. Praying for forgiveness from the damages I've done. Vibrations rattle through my soul. Shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe are always heard. Resonate inside us.
Love is the word. Hey.
Now it is done, the moon is on the rise. My trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I sigh aloud as I reach up for the skies. I can hear the human shadows be gone before my eyes. Love and healing vibrations rattle through my soul. Shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe are always here.
Resonate inside us. Love is the word. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul. Shaking out the poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us. Love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the word.